with the letter A as in alpha, G as in giraffe.
That famous phonetic dictionary, yeah.
Oh, it's going to get worse, Hannah. The third card has a 7 as in 724. And the last card has an 8 as in 81. AG78. Okay, now, what I need you to do is indicate for me which of these cards you would need to turn over to judge whether the following rule is true. If there is an A on one side, there is a 7 on the other. To recap for those who are listening, you have 4 cards in front of you, letters on one side, numbers on the other. Okay, that's true. But you can only see one side of a card at a time. And what you're seeing is A, G, 7, 8. Which ones will you need to turn over to judge whether this rule is true? If there's an A on one side, there is a 7 on the other side.
Okay. That is what this episode is about. I mean, I think let's just get into it.
Let's get into it.
Okay.
So you take some time. Also, actually, I want to know how familiar you are with this, Hannah. Have you seen this before?
Okay, I have seen a version of this test before. And what I should tell you is that initially I think I got it wrong.
Yeah, me too.
I also vaguely remember the trap that I fell into, but not completely. And I haven't seen this version. And so I'm going to have to think it through incredibly carefully.
Okay, think it through.
Okay, so, right. You know that these 4 cards, a letter on one side, a number on the other. Sure. Okay, which means that there is a number hiding behind the A, there's a number hiding behind the G.
That's right.
There's also a letter behind the 7 and there's a letter behind the 8. The rule says if there is, this is what I'm trying to test, if there is an A on one side, there is a 7 on the other. Right, so turning over the 8 doesn't tell me anything. I mean, I don't really care what's on the other side of the 8 because even if it's an A, oh, no, wait, that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on, I've got it wrong already.
Yeah.
What I was immediately thinking was, I want to turn over the A to see if there's a 7 on the other side, right?
Okay.
Immediately,
So
the first thing you want to do is check whether there's a 7 on the reverse of the A.
okay, all right. So you're going to turn over the A card. Any others?
To see if there's a 7. Turning over the G, I don't think tells me anything because I don't really care what's on the reverse of the G. The rule doesn't involve Gs.
Okay.
It says if there is an A on one side, which there isn't, so I don't care. So I can ignore the G card. The 7 card, I'd be really tempted to turn over to see if there was an A on the other side, because then that would be another instance of the rule.
Right.
But the way the rule is phrased is that it says if there is an A on one side, there is a 7 on the other. It doesn't say you can only have 7s where A's exist.
Correct.
So actually, you could have a J on the other side of the 7 and it wouldn't violate the rule.
That'd be fine.
That would be fine. So even though my temptation is to say turn over A and 7, actually, I think you need to turn over A and 8. Because if you turn over 8 and it's got an A on the other side, that would violate the rule, right?
Correct. You
Right.
aced it, Hannah.
I mean, I did, but I almost mucked up at the beginning there, let's be honest.
Well, it's amazingly tough like that. Now, imagine that you weren't a professor of mathematics at Cambridge on a podcast called The Puzzle Almost Everyone Gets Wrong.
Yeah, and having seen it before.
And having seen it before.
Yeah, wow, you're right.
So I want to immediately jump to a different version.
Go
Okay,
on.
this is the exact same problem, except this time, instead of letters and numbers, the cards are about people in a bar
Okay.
or a pub for those of you across the Atlantic.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sure you all were going, oh, what's he talking about?
A bar?
A bar? All right, look, the deal is that in this case, the cards are about people in a bar. And on one side of the card, you have the person's age. And on the other side, you have what it is they are currently drinking.
Okay.
Once again, you have 4 cards, and you are a police officer, and it's your job to make sure that no one is drinking underage. On some of these cards, you can only see their age. You're going to have to turn them over to see what they're drinking. On others, you only see what they're drinking. You'll have to turn them over to get their age. This is what you see in front of you, these 4 cards. The age 12, the age 35, the drink soda, and the drink beer.
Okay.
Which ones do you need to turn over to determine whether or not the rule is being obeyed that you cannot drink underage?
Okay, well now it's immediately obvious to me that the person who is thirsty, they can drink whatever they like. I don't care what they're drinking.
Yeah.
And likewise the person who's drinking soda, I mean, someone should speak to their parents about them being in a bar. But I don't care what
Yeah.
what their age is. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
So immediately it's like, well, what's the 12-year-old drinking and who's drinking the beer?
That's it, right? I mean, that's it. It's the exact same answer as the one before, the first and the last card, except it's just so much faster to get to the answer.
Yeah. What, like the original formulation of that is genuinely confusing, extremely difficult to logically work your way through. And even when you get there, I don't know, I'm really like double checking myself. But that other
Yeah,
one is instinctive. It's
it's instinctive.
automatic.
Yeah, no one needs an explanation for why you need to check the 12-year-old and the beer drinker. It's almost just evident prima facie. Like, I get it. Whereas when we replace the ages and the beverage with numbers and letters, it becomes very abstract. And of course, we see this reflect in people's performance. When it comes to letters and numbers, like I said, 4, maybe 10% of people get it right. But when it comes to the beer and the ages, everyone gets it right. I mean, the people who get it wrong are the people who are like just trying to be goof offs. I mean, seriously, it's like it's not even really a question. So why is it so much more difficult for us to solve the problem when it's abstract like this? Is that the key to explaining why this is so difficult? Well, as you can imagine, for the last, 50, 60 years now, actually, this year. Happy birthday, Wasson Selection Task. Um,
You are old enough to drink.
you're old enough
Congratulations.
to drink for sure. You're not quite old enough to collect Social Security in America, though.
No.
But when that day comes, we will be here for you. Researchers have spent decades creating slightly different versions, including the drinking in a bar version. The question is this revealing something about an individual's abilities, or is it revealing something even deeper just about humans in general? Because it doesn't necessarily seem to separate the smarty pants people from the dum-dums. Even really smart people tend to perform about as badly. You can take, a big Harvard graduating class and they'll struggle with it too. The things that we know help people solve it is making the puzzle be about a social rule or phrasing the question in a way that makes it extremely clear that they need to be looking for today's magic word, counterexamples.
Right. So can I ask some questions?
You can.
The 4% of people who do get it right, who are they then? In the original formulation of the test or some variant of?
I haven't actually found a lot of good breakdowns on who those people are. Like, literally in the literature, they're often called exceptional people.
Mm.
I'm
Oh, to be an
serious.
exceptional
I'll
person.
show you the papers. They're like, if you get it right, you're either an exceptional person or a lucky guesser. There was one paper that said like the most strong correlation is whether you have taken logic classes.
Okay. So it's sort of mathematically minded people.
Exactly. It's
Hmm.
people who go, aha, yes, I am familiar with modus tollens and denying the antecedent, and here we go.
Do you want to give us a quick rundown on on modus tollens?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay, so, I mean, look, the Wasson selection task presents us with what's called a conditional statement.
Mm.
If then. We use these all the time. Hey, if you don't call me back, then I'm gonna punch you in the nose, right? If then. All right. Now, logicians, people who study the rules of reasoning, people who study logic, they have all kinds of fancy terminology and symbols for the parts of a conditional statement. The if part is called the antecedent. It comes before the end, which is called the consequent. An example would be, if it rains tomorrow, I will stay indoors.
Mm-hmm.
If it rains tomorrow is the antecedent. I will stay inside is the consequent. So if this thing happens, the consequence will be this. If it rains tomorrow, I will stay indoors.
Okay, so if you can take that single that single sentence, if it rains tomorrow, I'll stay indoors, and sort of chop it in two, and then it's almost like there's two logical chunks there, right? Raining tomorrow, which it can or it can be or not. It's either raining or it's not. And then you've also got you staying inside, which you could be or you could not be. So
That's
you
right.
could sort of imagine like a little grid, right? So it's like whether it's raining or not is on one side, and whether you're staying in or not is on the other side. And you can kind of go through and go true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, right? For the different combinations.
Not 6 times, though, just 4.
Sorry.
Which is extremely important, though. I'm
I went
glad
back round to the beginning.
you were so excited. Yeah, you're living on that Pac-Man universe again. You went around. But yeah, there's only 4 combinations here.
Mm.
And how many cards are there in the Wasson selection task? There's 4. Now, we don't need to make this like a full-on, let's get into the weeds with logic thing, but let's do it anyway because our viewers are special. And I'll give you another little...
They're that 4%. They're the exceptional people.
They're the 4%. So the antecedent, I think maybe we could also just call it P. If you read a lot of logic papers, which I think we should, I'll send these to the producers. We should put the best papers about this down in the description. P, the letter P is often used to represent the antecedent.
The first bit, the if bit.
The if bit, if P, and you use a variable because now it can mean anything. If it rains tomorrow, or P could also mean I eat a ham sandwich. If P, if I eat a ham sandwich, then what? I will smile, okay? The consequent is often symbolized with the letter Q. So now we can start talking about the conditional statements like they're math equations. If P, then Q. If P, then not Q, blah, 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 blah. And we can talk about all the different ways we can work with this statement. So there are 2 valid ways you can use that statement to what, draw a conclusion?
Could you, though, these cards, could you think of these cards then, to give your example of if it rains tomorrow, Michael will stay indoors. Instead of this being AG 7, 8, could it be Michael's indoors, Michael's outdoors, it's raining, it's not raining?
Exactly. That is exactly what each of the cards in this selection task do. They've got P, not P, Q, not Q. And so in order to answer this correctly, you need to show that you understand or have an innate ability to use a conditional statement in the 2 valid ways that an argument can be formed. And that's where we get to modus tollens and modus ponens. I'm probably not pronouncing those right, but look, this is about logic, not pronunciation. So modus ponens is the really easy one where we say, here's a rule. If it rains tomorrow, Michael will stay indoors. It is now tomorrow and it is raining. Where is Michael? And they go, well, he's indoors. I can conclude that, yes, that's valid.
The other example would be you're overage and you're drinking an alcoholic drink, right? That would be the other, it's true, it's true.
It depends what the rule is about drinking.
Okay, the rule is everyone drinking must be over 21.
I think so, yeah.
If you're drinking, you must be over 21.
Right. Or 18 or whatever. I didn't give a year. I just said
you did. You smartly did that. But I
smartly chose 12 and 35 so that.
Look at that. I've anchored us to the wrong side of the Atlantic.
I know. Look at that. And I did all the work to use the word pub.
I know. I really should have repaid you better. I apologize. Okay, so the modus ponens then is, if you're drinking, you're over 21, so it's the person with the beer, say, who turns out to be the correct age.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I think the sentence would be, if a person is drinking alcohol, they must be over, like 21 or over.
Yeah.
Therefore, modus ponens would be, hey, they're drinking alcohol. Therefore, they must be over 21.
I understand. Yeah.
So modus ponens is about affirming the antecedent. We know that the if part is true, therefore we conclude the consequent, the Q part. Now, it is invalid to have the antecedent denied and then conclude something about the consequent. So
Okay, you're going to have to do that one again for me. What?
okay, modus ponens is when you affirm the antecedent. You say, hey, the if part is true, therefore the then part must be true. If, however, you are able to deny the antecedent, for example, in our raining example, you say, well, hey, it's not raining. You cannot conclude that I'm not indoors because the rule doesn't say anything about other reasons I might stay indoors tomorrow. Now let's talk about the consequent. A valid way to operate with what you know about the state of the consequent is that if it's denied, in our original case, Michael is not indoors, then you can conclude that it's not raining.
All right, let's do this with the drinking example because this is the one that like strangely I find most I can understand most instinctively.
Okay, so to make it really easy, let's say that in this bar, it is true the law is being followed.
Yeah.
Everyone who's drinking beer is over 21. If you're drinking alcohol, you are over 21, and that's true.
If you're drinking alcohol, you are over the drinking age. So if you get someone who is not over the drinking age, then you can conclude that they can't be drinking alcohol.
Correct. That is modus tollens.
Right.
However,
Uh-huh.
if you affirm the consequent, you cannot conclude anything validly. Meaning, if you run into a person there at the bar and they are over the drinking age,
Then you have no idea what they're drinking. It doesn't mean anything.
you cannot conclude that they are drinking alcohol because they might not be.
Got you. And so then what's that? That's not modus tollens or modus
No,
ponens.
that's called affirming the consequent, and it is invalid. Now,
Okay.
if all of this sounds really confusing or boring, just rewind, listen again over and over again. We can get some really cool boosts for the algorithm.
Just remember that you are here to learn, not to be entertained, okay?
That's right. That's right. I'm not going to just do a dance for you. I'm going to sit here and mispronounce Latin words for an hour.
This is a very special episode of the podcast where at the end we give you a test. And if you are in the 96% who failed, you're not allowed to listen again.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know that rule. Speaking of conditional statements, if you don't understand, then you will not listen again. The point of all of this is to say that the difficulty of the Watson selection task is that the human brain must just not have an innate modus tollens ability. Like, we have, since our evolution into modern humans, developed and discovered all this stuff about logic, but we just aren't born with a logical table in our brain.
But that can't be true because the bar example is so instinctive. It's so
Yes.
instinctive.
Yeah.
The words that we're using here and the language that we're using to describe this, I mean, it does sound super duper complicated. It sounds extremely mind boggling, even if the original sentence is quite simple. But then as soon as you put it in the bar example, it's like, well, I don't even have to think about it.
I know.
That is so strange. That is
Exactly.
weird.
It's got to be significant, right? So in the late 80s, two researchers, Lita Cosmides and John Tooby, famously said, guys, this whole task and the fact that the social ones are so much easier is clearly evidence that our reasoning ability evolved for social reasons, not for truth-finding reasons. So when it comes to creating different versions of the Watson selection task, the versions that involve really abstract stuff and facts are called descriptive. Okay, it's just the way it is. If there's an A on one side, there's a 7 on the other. Now, if it instead involves a rule, an obligation, a duty, something that humans made up, it's called deontic. Okay? I love these words because they're both like called rules or laws, and yet one you is about can and the other's about may. I don't travel at the speed of light, not because I'm not allowed to, but because I can't. Okay? And so that kind of a restriction is called a descriptive restriction. But when it comes to, are people breaking the rule? We need to make sure people are complying with the rules. That's called a deontic rule.
Where does
And
that word come from?
I don't know. I mean, deontic etymology, because what other words use it? It means being needed or necessary from ancient Greek, pertaining to necessity, duty, or obligation. So Cosmides and Tubi famously are like, guys, this is just human nature. We evolved to focus on duties and obligations that we invented ourselves and not on universal, timeless laws of impossibility. We care more about, may I do this, than can I do this?
I also sort of wonder a little bit about that point about truth finding, because the example of people in a bar, it's partly about social rules and social norms, but isn't it also a little bit about truth finding? Isn't it also a little bit about who should you be suspicious of?
Yes. Yes, it is. But it's just, it's a truth that is human focused. It's a
Definitely.
truth in the domain of deontic principles, obligations, duties, and rules and obedience, as opposed to one of an abstract wall. If it has an A, it must have a 7.
Yeah, of course.
Here's the typical responses people give to the selection task. 46% of people pick A and 7.
Okay.
Okay. So almost half of people do that. A third, 33%, choose just A.
Right.
7% of people choose A, 7, and 8.
So almost everybody is picking A.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then only 4% of people choose the correct cards, A and 8. The other 10% of people choose other combinations. Some people choose all of them. I mean, at that point, I think it's kind of believed that they just either didn't understand or didn't care.
Or just want to finish. They're either the anarchist or the like, get me out of here.
Or maybe they understand something we don't. I mean, I'm not going to dismiss them.
Maybe they're the ones with modulus tolerance in their own heads.
Yeah.
The thing that makes me feel a tiny bit uncomfortable about this idea that humans are not innately good at truth finding, even though I'm sure that these researchers have thought about this much more extensively than I ever have, is that science really is based on the hunt for truth. And okay, admittedly, we have come up with really strict methods like hypothesis testing in order to do that. But does that sort of mean that, I don't know, science isn't innate? I'm not sure.
That's a really good question. And I'm starting to feel like it's not that innate, that we, from tests like this, we found that we are focused more on our own social lives and ourselves and not on what is the best way to test a hypothesis. Now, the Watson selection task makes it pretty clear that we're bad at finding counterexamples or even being motivated to find them.
Hmm.
Like pretty much everyone chooses the first card A. They're like, I need to see if this is an example of a thing that follows the rule. But very few people go, but I should also look for a case where the rule is not true.
Is broken.
Even though you find a counterexample, you're done.
Mm.
If the rule is that if there's an A, there's a 7 on the back, and you can find an A that doesn't have a 7 on the back, you're done. You can walk away and say the rule's not true. I've proved it wrong.
Mm.
Now, there's a great study. I was actually cracking up last night reading about this. I don't think it's going to seem that funny today when I tell it, but there was a study that was done by Johnson, Laird, and Watson in 1970 where they had 2 boxes of shapes. In one box, all the shapes were painted black, and in the other box they were all painted white. And they told people that people couldn't look in the boxes. Okay, the researchers sat there with these two masked boxes and was like, okay, here's this rule, and I want you to test whether it's true, whether this hypothesis is true. All the triangles are white. Now, tell me what to do and I'll do it for you. And people would say, oh, the first thing almost everyone says is, okay, I'd like to see a white shape. So he reaches in there and he pulls out a shape, and it's a white triangle, lo and behold, because literally the only thing in the white bin are white triangles. He pulls it out. And people tend to just keep asking for white shapes over and over again, all right? And they keep getting a white triangle, and they're like, I don't know, it's feeling like it's pretty proven. And then after a while, they start to go, maybe I should see a black one. Because they start to realize, oh, shoot, all it takes is one black triangle to blow the whole thing to smithereens. But basically, no one starts with the black shapes.
That is so fascinating. That is
Yeah.
so fascinating. I think you've seen this in science as well, right? I just
Yeah.
wrote this. I wrote actually this chapter of the book that I'm doing at the moment. I wrote this whole thing about Popper, about Karl Popper, and about how he said that the key point about science is essentially trying to find things that break your own theorem. You should be hunting for the counterexamples, not for the evidence that supports it. There's the thing is that it's like it was really, really hard for people to do this. It's not instinctive at all. For almost all of scientific history, people were just like, let's gather more evidence, let's gather more evidence. And actually, Einstein, one of the reasons why Einstein is considered so phenomenal is that when he came up with his theory of general relativity, as part of his theory, he said, here is the way you can prove me wrong. This is my idea. This is what I think it is. There's going to be a solar eclipse in a couple of years. And if I am right, the light will bend around the sun in this way. You'll be able to see the stars that are normally blinded by the sun's glare. Off you go. Here is how to find the counterexample. And that was a really bold, brave, unusual, crazy thing for him to do. It's the same as your black shapes, right? People do not go hunting for the black shapes, but Einstein was someone who knew that you had to.
He did. And I think, back to your original question, I think that meant he was a little bit less human than most of us. He was willing to look for counterexamples and was not just looking for confirmation of the one kind of thing he believed in and wanted to find more of, and finding more of them would make him feel more and more confident. He was willing to say, guys, we got to find a counterexample. We've got to find something that shows that I'm wrong. Here's one way we could do it. Here's another way. The creator of the Wasson selection task became obsessed with our terrible laziness when it came to finding counterexamples. Hannah, I want to show you an even earlier game that Wasson came up with that brings us to, I think, the same surprising conclusion about humanity.
Imagine if he was your dad. He'd constantly be tricking you, wouldn't he?
I know, but like dads are always tricky, but this dad is tricking
This
you
is the trickiest tricks
for science. I got your nose. Why do you think I got your nose? Have you not developed body permanence yet?
Dad, leave me alone.
Yeah. Hey, what's that on your shirt? Oh, gotcha. What's wrong with your perceptual apparatus? Let's try that again. And you're like, Dad, just prank me to embarrass me, not to learn. All right, here we go. I'm going to give you some numbers. Again, because of who you are, Hannah, you might do really well at this.
That puts more pressure on me. That puts more pressure on me. Go on.
Good. I want this to be uncomfortable. Okay. Look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to name triples of numbers. I'm going to name 3 numbers that fit my rule. It's a secret rule I have up here. And then I'm going to just give you one example, and then I want you to start naming triples, and I will tell you yes or no whether it fits the rule.
Okay.
Eventually, I want you to be able to tell me what you think the rule is.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so here is a triple that fits my rule. 2, 4, 6.
Okay.
All right, now I want you to start producing triples, and I will tell you if they fit the rule or not until you can guess the rule.
All right. 6, 8, 10.
Correct, that fits.
Okay. 7, 8, 10.
That fits.
6, 6, 6.
Nope.
6, 7, 8?
Yes.
I think I've got it.
What do you think it is?
Hang on, let me try one.
Okay.
7, 6, 5.
No. It doesn't fit. Hannah,
786.
no.
Is it just going up?
It's just going up. Hannah, you're brilliant. That's the first time this game was played on me. I'm still playing that game, by the way. I just walked away. And it wasn't until last night when I read about the history of Wasson that I was like, oh, that's it. The answer is that they just have to go up.
No, to be fair though, you primed me because you said find counterexamples.
Yeah, I
You
did.
primed
Okay,
me.
shoot. Well, how about this? Editors, edit this around so it looks like that's the very first thing we did. The point is, all right, yeah, I'm still a bit impressed. You did a good job of at least making it look like you didn't know exactly what to do. The counter examples you asked for is what unlocks the whole thing.
Of course, there's so much more information contained within a counterexample than there is in something that confirms it.
That's right. Whereas if you play this, if you're listening, please go try this with your
Mm.
friends and family today. They will thank you. It's so fun. But you'll find that what they tend to do is people tend to think of what the rule might be, and then they think of other things that might fit that rule, and they ask them
Yeah.
again and again and again. And they rarely go, I think the rule is this, so let me think of something that wouldn't fit that rule and test it. Now, why don't we do this so much? Obviously, we don't know, right? It's all very speculative, but I think that Comedies is really onto something with this idea that reasoning didn't evolve to help us solve mathematical puzzles. It originally evolved to help us work together and explain ourselves to each other because humans are just too weak. We need each other. We need to cooperate, and that's the only way we're going to be able to build and collect and hunt. So we have to be able to communicate what's going on in our heads. We don't have to do it well. We just have to make sure that people trust us and feel like we're playing the game. Okay? So on that topic, I would highly recommend Hugo Mercier and Dan Sperber, The Enigma of Reason. This goes really deep into their social theory of reasoning, which is that, look, we don't use reasons to come to conclusions. We use conclusions to come to reasons. We just intuitively feel and want to do things, and then when we're asked to defend it, we confabulate in our own heads all the reasons we had for it, and we believe them.
I think what like is calling to mind about this is that actually when there are situations where people do see counterexamples which puncture their theories, it's not like we innately very happily get on board and just like go along with it. We look for reasons why the counterexample doesn't exist. I mean, I'm thinking here about, I don't know, biology in the sort of 1800s, where they spent absolutely years like merrily shooting things and pinning butterflies to boards and putting birds in sacks and stuff, and deciding that birds are one branch of the tree of life and mammals are another, and they had it all perfectly neatly categorized, these rules, and then someone comes along with a platypus platypus body, and they They have no idea what to do. And rather than saying, oh, okay, hang on, actually, this is a really clear counterexample of the ways in which our rule is wrong, they cut it up looking for stitches. They thought it was a fake. You know, they spent nearly 100 years being like, well, this is just can't be possible, rather
Wait,
than
are you
accepting
saying the platypuses are real?
it.
I thought they were Frankenstein together by some pranksters like Jackalope.
I mean, that's what they thought too. I've never seen one in the wild, have you?
I've never
So
seen one in the wild.
basically, I'm taking someone's word for it. So, you know.
No, that's exactly it. And when a whole group of people refuse to accept counterexamples, that's
Mm.
when things can get pretty dangerous. Because the conclusion that I think all of this is pointing at, and this is my opinion, is that um, we truly reason. That is, we give reasons for things, and we extract knowledge from knowledge we already have, which is what reasoning is, to get along and be social. And I think that if you really meditate on the consequences of that, suddenly a lot of stuff makes sense, like confirmation bias, which
Mm,
is what we've been talking about this whole time.
absolutely.
The pursuit of finding things that prove your hypothesis correct, and ignoring or avoiding a search for things that might prove it wrong. Confirmation bias, I think, works really well when you consider the fact that we're supposed to all be working together. As a group activity, it actually saves time if each of us goes off and finds evidence for our own pet theory, and then we come and combine them. If instead we didn't do that, if we didn't have a confirmation bias, and we all went off and we did all the research and found everything and read all these different it'd be too much work for all of us to do. Let's each split the task up. Many hands make light work. I'll go and find evidence for what I believe. You find evidence for what you believe, and then we'll come together. And you've already done a bunch of work on topic A. I did topic B, and we combine them. That seems to explain confirmation bias and so many of our other biases so well. I also love that it kind of pushes us to this conclusion that humans need to work together. We need to listen to people even if we really do not agree with them.
I'm also thinking here about, I don't know, I have like a, a few years ago, I was doing quite a lot of work on vaccine skepticism
Oh, yeah.
and working with people who were hesitant about the COVID vaccine. Now, I have to be a tiny bit careful about what I say about this because what I will say is they are a vocal community.
Hmm.
They are not afraid to tell me what they think.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tread delicately and carefully. I also was made lots of mistakes in the way that the whole thing was approached. But the thing that I noticed is, well, twofold actually. One is that people, the only way that people make decisions is in an emotional way. It may be that you and I, who are scientifically minded, believe that we make decisions based on statistics, but ultimately for us, that is still an emotional story. We have an
Yeah.
emotional relationship to data and mathematics and science in a whole story of our lives that kind of builds up to that moment. And it's still an emotional decision. It's just a slightly different one. I think people are not persuaded by data and numbers. I think it is always fundamentally about the social aspect, exactly as you described, right? Because if it was about data, then you could show. show somebody the right piece of data. You could show somebody the right combination of words and it would change their mind. And people do not work like that.
That's not how it
It's
works at
not
all.
how it works. And the second thing that's called to mind here in what you're describing is there's something which is called the deficit model of public communication. Okay.
Ah, I haven't heard about this.
Okay, so when you work in an academic institution, there's a lot of talk about how do you get the scientific ideas out to the public, right? How do you talk to people about this? Especially when you look at situations where people are making choices that are maybe counter to their health or maybe counter to
Mm,
public health more generally. How do we get the information out there so that people make better choices, make choices that align more carefully with what's right for them and what's right, overall. And for a long time, people thought that all you needed to do was just give them information, that if you educated people to the correct level, that if you put information out there, then that would be enough. But the problem with that idea is that it's called the deficit model because it's essentially saying that the only problem is that the public have a deficit of knowledge,
they
right?
just need the
They
facts.
just need the facts. And it is the most arrogant, insulting way to, I think, belittle people and to basically imagine that the only reason why somebody is not making the same decisions as you are is nothing to do with their worldview. It's nothing to do with their own version of reasoning, the things that are important to them. It's just because they don't know as much as you do, right?
Right.
And not only is it incredibly insulting, it also demonstratively does not work. You
That's right.
cannot argue or maths your way into changing people's minds or persuading them. It just doesn't work. And I think that the way that you've described all of this stuff, the way that people's logical brains are not geared for statistics and data and abstract descriptions, and the way that our brains are geared towards the social aspect of aligning with other people and collaborating. I mean, just looking at the sort of anti-vax movement against that perspective, it just really, really, really resonates with me.
Yeah. It's kind of frustrating, but it's almost a relief to realize, oh my gosh, you're right. It's not that with the right facts and reasons we'll all agree on something, because that's not what happens. My favorite demonstration of this was something we did on Mindfield, where we had a magician come in and act like he was doing a study on appearance. And he showed people two photographs at a time and said, which of these two people would you rather work with in an office? And he would put the people that were chosen in one stack and the people that were not chosen in another stack. And he did this over and over again. And then he said, okay, now I want to go through everyone that you chose to work with, and I want you to tell me why you picked them. But he was a magician. So he used sleight of hand to actually slip in a bunch of the people that they had dismissed, as I don't want to work with a person who looks like that. And he would then show them the cards and they gave reasons. And every time, without exception, he would show a face that the person had rejected, they'd go, oh yeah, so I picked this person because I really liked the way their eyes kind of looked like they might have like good inside jokes. The point is that we use reasons to explain ourselves and express who we are at a deep level. We don't use them because of anything logical and timelessly true. It was so awkward to watch people defend and explain why they chose a person that they did not choose. It was embarrassing for them, but yet it was enlightening for our species.
Yeah. And we're just a mess, Michael. We're all just a big sloshy mess with our squirty water computers.
That is true, and the only way to rise above that is for us to stay a big sloshy mess, because the average of all of us winds up being better than one individual's opinion on their own.
Yeah. I mean, this is the wisdom of the crowd stuff, right?
That's right. And this is something that's really important to me. I really believe in it. I did an episode about autocracy and how I would really love a government run by random people. Like, rather than electing people, let's literally just be like, look, there's a lottery every 4 years, and you'll just get asked to come and be a member of Congress or Parliament or whatever, the House of Lords, randomly. You'll do your term, you'll get paid, there's housing for you. And I think that it would be amazing what would happen if you like took such a variety of views and had them all kind of average each other out, as opposed to what we have now, which is like, hey, we're all kind of in this political class. Let's be leaders. We all kind of already feel the same way. Great, 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 great.
Yeah, there's a superiority that comes with that. I think I remember reading something about this in Rory Stewart's book. Rory Stewart, of course, of Rest is Politics fame, the lesser known Goalhanger podcast. Um, but he is extremely keen on the idea of town halls, but also of civilian panels, civilian assemblies, because I mean, it's what we
Deliberation days.
yeah, deliberation. Exactly. Why not? I mean, this is what we do in the judicial system. I mean,
Yep.
it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I also think that it's the best that we've got. And it does exactly what you're describing. It stops pretending that reason is some mathematically pure thing that we can march towards, and instead accepts the messiness of human nature, and that we are social creatures and social beings, and we are totally perfectly tuned through an astonishing evolution to really prioritize that.
Right. Yeah. We evolved to be a group and work together. And so collectively, like all voting together, it's hard for me to find a solution that's better than that. It's better than asking any particular person or type of people to make all the decisions. We've got to all come in. And there are people who have terrible ideas. And sometimes people have terrible ideas that are opposite to each other, and they cancel each other out. And that's like our only hope, is the hope that things cancel out, and what we're left with is the wisest way to go.
What does your t-shirt say today, Michael? I sort of feel like somehow or rather we've been
Oh, it's very reflective of kind of the mood that we've created
I
here.
know.
Everything is terrible.
With an atomic bomb going off in the background.
It's not
Yeah.
actually I'm not saying that I feel everything is terrible. This is a troupe of performers who collect found media footage, and they do shows where they show it off, and they call themselves Everything is Terrible. They're kind of like, they really love this like terrible forgotten media. They're a great group. I haven't checked in on them in a while, but basically we solved human nature today. Is that right?
I think we probably did.
We cracked it. We finally cracked it. When it comes to things that we do that are social, there's another really funny example that I've been wanting to do a longer video about. And it's the classic situation where you are at a restaurant and the waiter brings your food out and says, all right, enjoy your meal. And you go, oh, you too. I mean, thank you. Or you're dropping off your bag at the airport, and the gate attendant says, all right, have a nice flight. And you go, you too. Oh, shoot. No, I mean, thanks. Why do we do that? Well, there's a name for those kinds of exchanges, those kinds of words we say to each other. Back in the 30s, a researcher named Bronislaw Malinowski called these kinds of exchanges phatic communion.
Okay. Like
Phatic.
you're breaking the bread together.
That's right. It's communion. It's breaking bread together. It's showing that I'm here. I acknowledge you. We're both humans. But it's communion done through phatic means, which means pertaining to language. So when we say things to each other like, oh, hey, how's it going? I'm not literally asking, tell me how things are going. In fact, a common response to, hey, what's up? Or, hey, how's it going? Is, oh, hey, man.
You're literally not answering at all.
You're literally ignoring their question. An alien would find that really weird, but we understand that I wasn't actually asking you, what is up? Or how's it going? I'm just saying, I acknowledge that you're here. We're two social beings who can communicate, and we just need to say hi to each other. We just need to give each other a bit of a nod. That's it.
A little bit of communion.
A little bit of communion. And that's what the waiter does when they say, hey, have a great meal. You're automatically ready to to exchange these things without conscious thought. And that's why we absentmindedly respond with you too.
I have heard from an American who moved to London. He found it extremely confusing when he first got here, and people were like, "You all right? You all right?" He was like, "What do you mean? Am I all right? Am I all
Hey,
right?
was it
Yeah, I'm
me
all
that
right."
told you that?
Oh,
Because this
maybe.
was one of my biggest struggles when I first moved to the UK. Every time I entered a room, people would be like, "You all right?" And I'd be like, "What's wrong? Why do you think something's wrong with me? Am I acting weird?"
Maybe it was you. You all right?
But for them,
Just Fatic
was
communion.
phatic.
Mm,
It was just a like beep beep, I am human too,
yeah,
acknowledged, right? That's all they meant by it. And
absolutely.
you see this between generations because what is and is not phatic changes over time. And so for like younger people, saying things like, "Oh, no problem," is very phatic, right? If someone says, "Hey, thanks," and I'll just say, "No problem." But to people in an older generation, they don't realize that it's phatic. They take it literally. They listen to those words and they go, "No problem." Well, I didn't say it was a problem. Why would it be a problem? Do you think I'm acting like this was a problem? And so I thoroughly believe that by the time I'm an old man, I'll be at the grocery store, they'll bag up my groceries, I'll say, "Hey, thanks a lot." And they'll go, "Well, don't freak out about it." And I'll be like, "I wasn't. I'm why can't you just say no problem?" And they'll be like, "Well, no, dude, I didn't say you were freaking out. I just said don't freak out and you didn't." So, right,
There is one, okay, that young Londoners say to each
what do
other.
they do?
They go, "Say less,
Say less.
say less,
Yes,
say
yes.
less." And it's like, by
I can't take my words back.
the first couple of times I heard it, I was like, I don't think I was saying a lot, actually.
I know. That's a great example of how phatic things are changing.
I wonder
So
what they were in really old times, though. I wonder what the phatic communication of sort of 1865 was.
it's just a bunch of belching. I don't know. I don't know why did I just say something derogatory of 1860s people? They didn't deserve it.
We know that they were belching all over the
They
place.
were just like, "Yo, hey, bruh." Did you find anything?
I did, I did. I've got a couple.
Okay, tell me.
Um, I hope I see you well.
I hope I see you well.
Yeah. What say you on such day as this?
Mm.
On a day such as this, sorry. How does all at home?
That one I wouldn't be too tripped up by. I'd be like, "Oh, it's fine."
I hope
But
I
how would
see
you
you well.
respond? Did they say fine?
Actually, how do you do? How do you do that? I feel like I've, sort of feel like the memory of that one has lingered.
Yes, yes, I would not be confused. If someone said, "How do you do?" I wouldn't go, "How do I do what?"
The 1600s is the exact century when the parting blessing, "God be with ye," was said so rapidly and often as emphatic communion that it permanently mashed together into "God be with ye" and eventually "goodbye."
Goodbye.
I like that.
You said the 1600s.
Apparently.
Wow, hello, goodbye.
Yeah.
Speaking of reasons,
Mm.
um, I think it's pretty interesting as I was fleshing out what I wanted to talk about today. I was like, wow, there's kind of three types of things we've talked about. We've talked about difficult questions. I think the Watson selection task is surprisingly difficult. But there are also questions that we don't answer. Phatic questions. Hey, what's up? I don't actually look up and tell you. I don't really
Well, you can't because you've got top shelf vertigo.
I can't, exactly. Just like everyone, when I'm asked what's up, I go, not much, or oh, I'm doing well. But there are also answers we don't question. And I think
Mm.
we've kind of like been talking about this already. It's that a lot of the conclusions and things we believe, we just kind of don't want to question them. We don't feel motivated to find counter examples and falsify them.
Are you talking about like social norms, like social rules here?
That's right. I'm
Mm.
talking about social rules and taboos. And I know that you are familiar with these because we've both read this book. Jonathan hates The Righteous Mind.
It's so good.
Which way did there? It's so good. It's
It's
so good.
spicy. It's
It's
spicy.
spicy. It's spicy. And we're not going to discuss it today, but we are going to put a little worm in your brain.
You got to be careful now, though, Michael, because if this section that if you're going to the very first example, if this gets clipped up and does the rounds on the internet, you could Your reputation could be really in trouble.
I know. Look, I'm picking the safest one. I'm
Okay, go on.
picking the least spicy one. And I think that, Hannah, we should just bring this up, and then in a later episode we'll talk about moral reasoning,
Good idea.
which is not much different than reasoning about obligations or abstract mathematical things. It all kind of points in the same direction, but this is one where you really wind up realizing that you had a conclusion before you had any reasons.
We should say, actually, just in general, this book really interrogates in an extremely careful and logical way a lot of the moral rules that we fully accept as a society. Things that we find abhorrent, things that we find disgusting. It really tries to understand what is it about that we have decided is unacceptable.
That's exactly right. And it really looks into why we don't agree on what is acceptable and disgusting and good or bad, how complex our reasons are.
It's called The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt, just for
That's
those of
right.
you who
And
are
I
listening.
think it's a very insightful book that's perfect for the way the world is today. But here's an example of a question, and I want you to. I'm just going to read from chapter 1. I'm just going to
Okay,
read the
great. Good
first
idea. Good
paragraph,
idea.
okay?
Good idea. Okay, good idea. Excellent.
I'm going to tell you a brief story. Pause after you read it and decide whether the people in the story did anything morally wrong.
Hmm.
A family's dog was killed by a car in front of their house. They had heard that dog meat was delicious. So they cut up the dog's body and cooked it and ate it for dinner. Nobody saw them do this. Okay, so no one saw them do it. The father, let's say, was a professional butcher
Hmm.
and none of
Knew
them
what they were
got
doing.
sick.
Yep.
The dog passed away due to an accident.
Was already dead.
Already dead. And you know what? Afterwards, the family was really glad they did it. They felt that it was respectful and it made them feel closer to the dog. So,
Mm.
did anyone do anything morally wrong? That's our question to you. Let us know in the comments below. And I don't know when we'll talk about this. There's a lot that I want to learn and that we both should talk about before we do it. We'll look into moral reasoning
Yeah. I
someday.
think that's a really good idea. We can read you more examples from that book, as long as you promise, audience, not to clip it up and share it around as though it's things we actually think. Because, I mean, yeah, he tests the bounds. But that is a really great example, of it definitely feels wrong, but it's quite hard to say why.
Exactly. These are Jonathan Haidt's, what did he call them? He called them harmless taboo violations, where he knows that there's a taboo and he believes that it's like this almost intuitive thing where we believe it and we provide reasons after the fact. So he constructed these questions where all the typical harms and reasons people give for the taboo have been canceled. They've been clipped. That's not in this case, not in this case. What, they didn't kill their dog. They just ate it after it accidentally died. Nope, no one got sick. No one saw them do it. Blah, 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 blah. And you're left going, but I still think it's wrong. But he's taken all the reasons away because you never needed the reasons in the first place to believe what you believe.
You were using the reasons in order to justify your instinctive reaction.
That's right. But we're saying too much. We're going to
We're
leave
saying
it
too much.
there.
Saying too
If
much.
you guys have any questions for us, any despicable, disgusting, perverted moral quandaries, email them right over to us at therestiscience@goalhanger.com.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, you can check out our newsletter, which I really should have learned by now, but I think it's therestis.com/science. And we will see you on our episode of Field Notes that's coming up later in the week. And yeah, send us in anything you like. Put in the comments also whether you actually got the puzzle right at the very beginning. And all
Yeah.
of those of you say that you didn't, I was joking. You can carry on listening.
All right. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.
Bye.
today I want to show off a tool I invented that helps solve a problem that will never happen.
We've done something a bit different today. We've done something a bit upside down. We've gone through the mailbag and we have found questions that are all to do with time travel, or sort of unexpectedly popping out of existence in one place and popping up somewhere else.
So I'm going to begin with a question for you, Hannah, and this is also for all the listeners out there.
Okay.
If I were to time travel you right now, at this instant, with what you have on your person, to today, okay, this exact same day, but in 2007.
Right.
How would you prove that you were from the future?
2007.
Yeah, so you're in the same room that you're in right now. If you're listening and you're in the car or you're at home, boom, it's just suddenly 2007. What do? How do you get anyone to believe that you actually came from 2026? This whole challenge of a time traveler being able to prove that they're from somewhere else in time, I call it the time traveler's credibility problem.
Nice.
There's just too many easier explanations for their behavior and knowledge than the truth, which is that they actually traveled through time. How do we crack it?
Do I get advance notice that I'm going to go? Like, can I prep? Can I bring stuff with me?
No advance notice.
Just straight away there.
Instantly. Or you could imagine that you accidentally time traveled. You had no preparation. You can't bring anything with you except what you have on your person.
Okay, so I'm trying to think 2007, because the thing is that you could say, oh, in the year 2020, there's going to be a big pandemic, but then people have got to wait 13 years for that to happen.
Exactly.
So that's not going to work. I don't have any lottery results memorized.
Nope.
I don't have like a catalogue of like number one hits in my head that would be like, oh, I know that this person's going to be a big deal. I mean, every bet that you could lay would take some time to prove. How quickly do I have to prove that I am from the future?
Well, as fast as possible, right? That's the goal here. And the more you think about it, the more you realize how difficult it is. Because even if I gave you some prep time and you brought an almanac with you or a list of lottery numbers, you run the butterfly effect risk, where just by you being there and having this book and speaking the numbers, you cause, a little bit of a wind current change, which changes how the balls are collected, and the number doesn't even match what it should have been if you hadn't been there. Therefore, nullifying your attempt to prove you're from the future.
Like Biff's dad in Biff and his dad in Back to the Future, where they swap roles.
Exactly. And similarly, if someone were able to predict the lotto numbers, 3 days in a row, I still wouldn't think they were from the future. I would think that they were in cahoots with the lottery. That's a much simpler explanation. So what do?
This episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
Here's something strange. Your DNA contains more ancient viral fragments than genes. The genes that build our cells make up only 2% of our DNA. And for years, that is what scientists focused on. They treated the rest, the ancient viruses and stuff.
Assassination culture, that's what I'm calling it. It's bad now and it's going to get a whole lot worse. I want to make this video because in 2, 5, 3, 10 years from now, I want to be able to go back to this video and say, see guys, I told you so. And if I'm not right, I'm going to delete the video. So anyway, this has been, I think, escalating. It's been going crazier and crazier. We've had now the third or fifth, or I lose count, how many attempts on Donald Trump's life. Somebody, well, I'm really mad. I'm going to shoot the president. Oh, boy. That's going to solve all your problems. And so you have these people that are doing this, and this is really, really escalated ever since, and I mean, let's be honest here, it's been escalating ever since BLM. That's whenever being a crazy retard became the socially acceptable thing to do. And now everybody's a crazy retard. And these are people who think that they are fighting for civil rights. It's like, you're not Rosa Parks sitting at the front of the bus whenever you're burning down down a Uber driver's Tesla because Elon Musk made you mad. You're not fighting for civil rights, you're trying to take them away. Everybody wants to have an election, you don't like the way it turns out, time to burn everything down. Well, can you imagine what it would be like if everybody did this? Oh my God. It would be crazy. And this is the form of third worldism, and I talk about this a lot. I'm still on Twitch now. And I talk about this, though, because this is the mentality of when the existing systems do not create the outcome that you like, even though all of the systems are working properly, you're being represented, you just simply don't have the numbers to achieve your goals. Whenever this happens to you, the result is not, well, I guess I have to work harder, I have to get more people to agree with me. No, the result is now I'm going to set something on fire. I'm going to try to shoot somebody. I'm going to try to cause some sort of I'm going to stand, get this guys, I'm going to stand in the middle of the road for Iran. Thank God. Thank God. That's going to save them. Oh, for sure. Exactly. And if anything, it's going to make the gas prices go even higher. So anyway, this is what I think is happening, is that people have socially normalized the act of bad behavior, violence, aggression, hostility, and they've done so with a righteous indignation that has enabled them to justify doing so as being the heroes of their own story. Is it too many Marvel movies? I don't know. But it's too many something. Maybe it's too many antidepressants. I have no idea, but I know it's a big issue. And I think I know where things are going with this. Because we can't live in a society that's like this. You can't have a society where people steal things, people are being violent randomly, and people decide to kill elected representatives. If you want a country like that, go to Africa. There's plenty of them. They're called PvP servers. I, preferably, don't want to be on one. So these people are trying to turn our normal country, and this is happening in Europe too. So if you're European and you're like, oh, this doesn't apply to me, we don't have this problem. Yeah, you do. They're driving through the fucking crowds with trucks instead of guns. Oh, wow, that's so much better. You guys have problems too. This is a problem inside of all of Western civilization because I think that we have culturally not been willing to just put our foot down with these fucking freaks. These absolute fucking deranged, mentally ill, violent, psychotic freaks that need to be put in a mental institution and locked up indefinitely. And everybody else, by the way, if we did this, everybody would be living in paradise. Everything would be great. Everything would be amazing. Oh, wow, I go to CVS. Oh, I want to buy a candy bar. Well, let me go speak to the manager's manager so he can get the special key that was made by, the Wizard of Oz to open it up for me to get a Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. No, I don't think so, guys. And before you say, oh, well, they're stealing because they're poor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't eat makeup, all right? No, they're not. They're stealing because they can and because they're getting away with it. And so we have a world where we have enabled and allowed this completely destructive behavior because people have been mentally guilt-tripped and emotionally manipulated into thinking that this is somehow the only outcome that a person can have. Well, I had things hard as a kid. That means I steal Kias and I drive them down the highway at 150 miles an hour. Well, you know what? My dad wasn't around, so that means I get to burn down the 7-Eleven. I don't fucking think so, guys. I don't. And I don't think anybody else likes this either. I have what I call the 7-Eleven Eclair Index. Let me explain what that is. We all know 7-Eleven Eclairs, right? Right? I think hopefully I'm not the only fat piece of shit here. I'm not fat, I'm trans fat, but it's the same thing. And you go to 7-Eleven and they have the Eclairs in the little bakery goods thing. Well, I found that if you want to go late at night and you want to get one of those Eclairs, you have to go to a 7-Eleven that doesn't have any hobos or anybody around, like any of these random, oh, somebody's talking to their knife. There's not going to be any Eclairs in that 7-Eleven. Let me tell you that. And so nobody wants to be around this shit. Nobody wants to deal with this, but nobody wants to say it because they've created this sort of some sort of moral cachet in complete societal dysfunction. And I think that it's reaching a fever pitch. I think if they ever succeed, let's say you shoot Trump. Oh yeah, all your problems are going to go away now with President J.D. Vance. Yeah, oh, you should shoot him. Oh, well, now you've got Marco Rubio. It's not going to work, right? You're going to have to shoot a lot more people than that, right? And my opinion on this is let's not shoot anybody. How about just bring a better candidate next time and get more of your guys out to vote, and maybe something will happen that's in your favor. But, oh, well, we can't do that. And so anyway, this is what I think things are going, is that we are reaching a position where there is so much just day-to-day societal dysfunction, just average dysfunction. Like you go to the store, like I went to Walmart and I went to buy a pack of underwear. Now I'm a 35-year-old man. This doesn't embarrass me anymore because, you know, I've got a few gray hairs. But if I was 18, I would have been mortified by this. The woman had to unlock the underwear case, pull out the underwear, and I said, okay, can I have them? She says, yes, you can have them. I have to walk them up to the fucking register. And of course, you know, you have like 17 different registers at the Walmart. 3 of them, no, that's not true. 1 of them is open. And so I have to go there. I'm sitting in this long line. And she says, yeah, he's buying underwear. These underwear are for him. And it's like, oh my God, this is, it's mortifying. It's embarrassing, right? And again, like it's the kind of thing that, you know, you get old enough and you just laugh at it. But whenever you're younger, it's ridiculous. And I still laugh at it, but it's for a different fucking reason. I'm mortified for a different reason. I'm mortified that I'm living in a minimum security prison. The entire world is being turned into a minimum security prison so we can accommodate the bottom 2% of the bad actors in our society. Everybody has to live in this because we don't want to put them in it. It drives me fucking crazy. It makes me so angry. And I think people are getting tired of this. I think eventually what's going to happen is there's going to be somebody that runs for government, somebody that runs for office that says, I'm going to stop this. And they will. And it's not going to be a good thing. And the thing is that, and everybody will be happy for this, because you have to remember, I think it was Benjamin Franklin that said, the people who desire safety over freedom deserve neither, right? Or something, some variation of that, right? Well, this is the problem with what Benjamin Franklin said. Back then, they didn't have universal suffrage. Now they do. And when everybody can vote, most people are going to choose safety every single fucking time. So we have a society of people that will, I think, whenever the time is right, willingly and beg for Minority Report. And not, I don't mean reporting a black person. I mean the movie. I'm talking about somebody going and actually having, like databases on them, like eye tracking. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they're now mandating, cameras in cars now to be able to detect and turn on and turn off cars at will, and to be able to detect things like drowsiness and other types of inattentive driving behavior. So this is where things are going. And the problem is that if you have enough drunk driving, and if you have enough texting and driving, and you have enough of everything in between, you're going to have people that are asking for that. And I think that's the world that we're going towards. And I think this is a very sad thing. I don't want to live in 1984. I don't want to live in, honestly, in some cases, and I think a lot of people, like I was saying, I don't want to live in China. But then I'm thinking to myself, well, if you look at Dubai, if you look at China, you look at Singapore, and you look at El Salvador now, you go Google Maps, and I'm not saying everywhere, but many of these places, they're very nice, and there's not shit everywhere, and there aren't a bunch of people sitting around, having a fire with plastic and tires. And so this isn't happening, and they're like passed out like fent zombies. And so I think that what's happening is that this is either a colossal amount of mismanagement that is so bad that it will be seen historically as like an age of decline, or it is being done intentionally. This dysfunction, this unrest, all of these problems are being done intentionally so they can manifest the reality of the next police state, the Patriot Act 2, the furthering of the reduction in privacy. Do you want to be texting your friend and then you make a joke and it's about something blowing something up, and then immediately you have the police coming and they're shutting down your service because it's been AI parsed, and they have like a complete apparatus, and they're using telemetry, and they're trying to figure out, well, wait a minute, this guy, I think he's the one, this could be Al-Qaeda, he could be radicalized, it could be one of those incels with a bomb, and then before you know it, you're on a list and you can't use an airplane. And no, I don't want to be in that world. I don't want to live in that world. It's ridiculous. But the problem is that because we're not taking the reasonable countermeasures to solve this, I think that the only outcome is that we will have an unreasonable consequence for not solving it because it will be solved in a more extreme way. Fundamentally, this type of lifestyle cannot continue. This level of dysfunction cannot continue. You can't have people that are just stealing things wantonly out of every store. Stores are going to be closing, and they already do. And then what happens when that happens? Well, people lose their jobs. What happens when they lose their jobs? Well, they're stealing from the remaining stores. So then the remaining, you see how this happens? You see, this is the third worldism that I'm talking about. We can't live in this world. This isn't going to work. And so my plea and my ask for so many people, and these are people in the government, people that listen to me and everybody, is that please stop allowing our culture to be colonized by absolute fucking savages. Why are we allowing ourselves to be totally ruled over by the bottom 2% of people that should be locked in a box for the rest of their life? At least. And this is the thing. I think that this is the most reasonable and the most acceptable way to do this. And the reason why is because if we don't have that, those people rule over you. They rule over you. I don't think you're going to have some big mass, class awakening. You're not going to have the communist revolution. No, if worst case scenario, the rich people will pay half the poor people to kill the other half. So I'm not really getting excited, and I don't think you should either. I always see all these people on TikTok and stuff like that. I get this stuff sent to me, and they're saying, "Well, I can't wait for the revolution." And somebody has a 9mm gun and a Kevlar vest that they got off of Temu. Oh, yeah, you're definitely ready for the revolution, buddy. So we have this overwhelming just sense of just complete hubris and bravado that people have on these social media apps. Like this is going to be anything other than a complete crime against humanity. And all I'm saying is that I would rather this problem be a page in the history books instead of an entire chapter. And I think we're moving towards the chapter. Please, can we please just fucking... Can we get these crazy people under control?
It was going to be an eventful one.
I mean, we're getting a little dystopian here with some of the social media content. I mean, just when you thought TikTok influencers couldn't get a little bit more tone deaf, they prove us wrong. They outdo themselves over and over again. Seriously, I mean, like, you would think that in the post Logan Paul Toy Story alien on his head in a Japanese forest, people would learn a thing or two about being a little bit aware about what they're posting online, especially when it comes to other people passing, but apparently not. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't as bad as that whatsoever, but it's still incredibly tone deaf. And I mean, just the whole video leaves me with a simple question. Why? I don't know. I guess there's just a lack of the social and human decency recently, especially on social media. But thankfully, it seems like a lot of people kind of had that knee-jerk reaction of, lady, what are you doing? This is so tone deaf. But the person we're talking about today goes by Sarah Shoots online, and she's actually most well known for her videos of her paying off school lunch debts.
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. My name is Sarah Stusek. I run an organization called the Proper Help Foundation, and we pay off overdue school lunch accounts. Someone had written to me and said that your school may be in need, and I was wondering if there's someone I could talk to about that.
I think Proper Help has paid over $100,000 of overdue school lunch accounts across America. That's insane.
So she is really a beloved creator, and she amassed nearly 500,000 followers between her TikTok and Instagram and became pretty relevant for essentially just being a good person and paying off people's school lunch debts, which is why I feel like this video shocked so many people in her audience.
We enjoyed our romantic evening under the red and blue strobe lights.
Okay, so I guess it's one thing, you know, filming it all, then going home and voiceovering it, and then still deciding to post the video after editing it, but she also left it up and decided to not apologize for it either. Essentially, what she decided to do was, we'll just delete the video and move on like nothing happened.
Chicken tikka masala pizza. Chicken tikka masala, 4-corner cheese pizza with a ranch base. Oh my gosh.
Which is what I never advise to any creator who makes a mistake. Like, if you make a big mistake, you just come forward and be like, yeah, I made a mistake. Don't worry, guys. We're all human. We all make mistakes. You do have to just kind of like own up to them, though. Just deleting a video and pretending like nothing ever happened, that normally doesn't work out. But obviously, when she got a bunch of backlash, she deleted the video. Of course, people had already filmed it, and then it started making its rounds on Twitter and Reddit. And the whole narrative on Twitter and Reddit is people kind of in shock, going, isn't this a little tone deaf? Why would she do this? Obviously, there's a lot of people going way more in on her, but people just have a big problem with the video, and rightfully so, because she basically uses the accident as her hook.
Planning on filming our anniversary dinner, but when we walked up, there was a body outside, so I knew it was going to be an eventful one.
I wasn't going to film, but since someone lost their life, I guess I have to now. Like, come on, what is that? If anything, it should be the opposite. And obviously, you can't control the tragedies that happen around you, but what you can control is, you know, the respect you have towards these tragedies on your own platform. And she can't play the whole ignorance card because she kind of led the video with the worst part. And even worse, it was confirmed by police that a 62-year-old woman did in fact lose her life in a car accident that night. So even if it was meant as some cutesy joke that didn't land, she at the end of the day still put someone's body in her food review TikTok. This is one of those videos where, okay, number one, I would, hopefully, in no world would I ever make something like this, but like, if this happened, you would make a video immediately and be like, I am so sorry to the family. This is bad. I should have never done this. Like, this is one of those times you just lay yourself flat. Like, I don't understand why you would not do that. Why would you just delete the video and pretend like nothing ever happened? And look, obviously I can play devil's advocate and say maybe privately with your significant other that you could try to make light of an obvious horrible situation, and maybe sometimes you are hyperbolic, but either way, you don't just blast this out on your platform. Or I guess you can do it, but it's just extremely insensitive, especially when you use it on your Washington DC food review page. Like, this is technically a commercial piece of content here. Like, the happening is not even related at all. You're just using someone's final moments as like a viral hook and a way to capitalize off of tragedy to get more views on TikTok. I don't know. Immediately, however, Sarah does breeze past her insane opening and I guess starts, you know, showing off a whole vase of roses and a card from the restaurant to celebrate the couple's anniversary.
For one, they set our table with gorgeous roses and a beautiful note. Happy anniversary, Sarah and Eddie.
Then they film this silly video, and I guess Sarah orders the same thing she normally orders, and the restaurant brings them champagne to, I guess, celebrate their anniversary, And the video just continues.
I always get the same thing when I come here, so I was planning on switching it up a little bit, but I didn't. Surprise, surprise. They brought us some champagne to celebrate, but Eddie drank them both because I stopped drinking alcohol like 4 years ago.
Well, then she makes another joke about the tragedy before continuing the video again.
We enjoyed our romantic evening under the red and blue strobe lights.
I'm assuming she's trying to make the best out of it, but it just comes across as so tone deaf, as I've said like 80 times. Like, I'm just kind of like sitting watching this video like, why? And I hinted this earlier, but what I feel like makes this so much worse is she likely recorded this voiceover at home hours later in private. But like, imagine that was like your loved one lying out in the street, and now that loved one is being used as some like viral hook for a TikTok food review. It's just not a good look. And if that wasn't enough, oh, the ambulance lights, they're ruining my dinner. Like, come on. Like, I feel like nobody wants to go out in a horrible way, then become some punchline in some weak jokes for a TikTok food review account. Like, come on. But then Sarah complains about her blue cheese crust as if, you know, the dinner couldn't get worse from there.
I get the filet with blue cheese crust tonight. It wasn't very crusty. It was kind of just like melty cheese.
But I guess to, you know, top off the video, she says she's not that big of a fan of the dessert and decide to split the bill because every good couple does that on their anniversary, apparently.
We split the bill like every good couple does on their anniversary and walked home under the red and blue lights.
Okay. And what I think is kind of funny is like a lot of the people are attacking that almost as much as the fact that she opened it with a tragedy as her hook. But yeah, I guess that was the video of them dining next to a crime scene. Like, genuinely the only joke throughout the entire video is someone losing their life on the street, and they just kept recapitalizing on that, I guess. That's one of those videos that should just stay in your drafts, in my opinion. But again, I guess to play the devil's advocate, maybe you witness something traumatic privately and then you share it later with your friends that night. But I don't really see a point of this going on a public TikTok platform, especially a commercial platform to promote your food reviews. But either way, Sarah, I guess, quickly caught wind of the negative backlash and just decided to delete the video and went on to just posting stuff like, what I eat in a day. And then I guess going to pick up some album.
Snow a Day. I'm going to go get the Target Deluxe Edition because it has 2 live songs on it.
But her comment section are just filled to the brim with people calling her out for what she did and then also just deleting the video and trying to sweep it under the rug like nothing ever happened. Now, obviously, I don't want the internet to bully her into apologizing. I feel like that's just not productive at all. But I feel like a lot of people would just apologize to begin with. I don't know. I might just be like an over-apologetic person. But I feel like if I mess up publicly, I need to make it right publicly. Like, in the very least, make a tweet or an Instagram post or a story or something like that. But hey, that's really just it for the situation. I just wanted to take a look at this very bizarre situation that happened here on the internet yet again, because I did not have it on my 2026 bingo card that a food review channel would use a tragedy as a hook. But here we are. But regardless, I mean, my condolences go out to that family and the woman who lost her life in all this as well. And this is just a big reminder that you really don't need to share everything you think and feel on social media, especially not someone's tragedy. That's not your chance to go viral. But hey, I mean, at least she's not facing multiple decades in prison like this influencer, because this guy, he's goofed up a whole lot. And we kind of documented it here on this channel a whole bunch of times. So I would recommend checking out this video here, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Bad boy, he beat Cheek, you know? Insane work. Absolutely insane work. My God. But you know, that's what happens, dude. That's what it is. That's the world that we live in. This is the world that we live in, that they make them for Thad and break them for Chad. Goodness gracious. That's it though, man. That's where we've come to. I think have I seen this before?
I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course I drank and did drugs my whole pregnancy. I was honestly hoping that baby would abort itself. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course I say shit like, I'm the mom and the dad. The kids still stay with grandma though. I'm a deadbeat mom. Look, I see it as self-care. Other people see it as neglect. Tomato, tomato. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course I only get my kids together for Instagram pictures. I'll be damned if people online don't think I'm the best mom. Cause that's what really matters. Strangers' opinions. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course I'm dripped out in designer while my kids got dirty clothes on. They don't need nothing expensive. They just some damn kids. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course, if my new man don't like kids, I'm locking mine in their room. Mama gotta have a life too. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course, I gaslight my kids. If I'm trying to go out with my homegirls and my stupid kid asks me to watch a movie, bro, you clingy as shit. Let me breathe. Damn. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course, I spend my child support money on seafood boils and tequila reposado. And if my child gotta go without something, I'ma just lie. Tell them their dad didn't pay child support this month. Can't have me looking like I did anything wrong. I'm not taking any accountability. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course, my 6-year-old is old enough to stay at home by himself. He has an iPad. I'm a deadbeat mom. Of course, I let my kid down every time they really need me. But if that kid doesn't grow up and nominate me for Mom of the Year, I'm confused. I don't remember.
Oh my God. Of course he can stay at home by himself. He has an iPad. I'm a deadbeat mom. Just can hear that on repeat. I'm a deadbeat mom. I'm a deadbeat mom. Ain't that right, Lokes?
Won't they do?
But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's always good to have you guys out, man. Till next time. Peace.
Welcome to Audit the Court, where we examine the legal complexities that emerge from trials, hearings, and court proceedings. Today's episode takes us to Harris County Criminal Court in Houston, Texas, where Judge David Fleischer has built a reputation for scrutinizing the state's evidence and ensuring the government meets its constitutional obligations. Across a series of recent hearings, Judge Fleischer presided over probable cause determinations for 3 different defendants, and then returned to one of those defendants for a separate proceeding, raising its own distinct legal questions. So let's dive right into our first case. Michael Jones, who was charged with interference with public duties on January 10th, 2025. Mr. Jones failed to appear at his first setting on January 17th, 2025, resulting in his bond being revoked and a warrant being issued for his arrest. He was taken into custody on February 17th, and on February 19th, attorney Lisa Tichy appeared in front of Judge Fleischer to argue probable cause on Mr. Jones's behalf.
Hi, good morning, Judge. My client is Michael Jones, and he's in custody, and he's asked me to argue probable cause for him, and so I
Sure,
shall.
of course. You ready?
Yes, Judge. Does he need to be brought out, or do you, I don't know your process.
Mr. Jones, please. Yeah. It's only fair because it's his case, so we might as well bring it
No,
up.
he asked me to do this, and so I told him I would.
Yeah, this is Michael Jones.
Yes, Michael Jones.
He must be unhappy, huh?
Asked him to breathe.
Or
Asked
hungry.
him to breathe.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
If you're banging on the door, you got to be careful because you break something, you're gonna catch another charge. So be careful banging on those windows because they break very easily. All right. So you were Michael Jones. Mr. Jones, we're talking about you, so that's why I wanted to bring you out. It's only fair that you get to hear what's going on with your case. Your lawyer wants to challenge probable cause in this case. You're charged with interference with the duties of a public servant. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. That's what you're charged with. I don't know. So I'm going to have them read, and we're going to do probable cause to see whether we're going to go forward or not. Okay?
Be right back there. She's gonna read it again, okay?
Okay. What happened?
On January 10, 2025, the officers in official uniforms and riding in a marked patrol vehicle were dispatched to a disturbance at a residence in Harris County, Texas. The officer observed the defendant standing outside the location, being told to leave by the resident, to which the defendant refused by verbally yelling at the resident in a loud, aggressive tone of voice. The officer announced themselves and observed the defendant begin to walk away. The officer gave the defendant a verbal command to put his hands behind his back, and the defendant pulled his hand away. The defendant refused to comply with verbal commands, and the defendant held his arms to his chest as the officer attempted to detain him. The defendant continued to refuse additional commands to stop resisting and put hands behind his back. He yelled at the officer in an aggressive tone and shouted out loud, "Don't let them take me." The officer performed a leg sweep and continued to struggle handcuffing the defendant due to him pulling away. The officer began to roll around while on the ground and reached the officer's hands to prevent him from being placed in handcuffs. The officer continued to give commands, and the defendant continued to refuse.
I get it. But what's he doing? I mean, he's walking away. That's what they wanted. Right?
So,
No.
Just losing?
So, Your Honor, in this case, to read the full dim, it was the disturbance call, and they said they observed him standing outside the above location, being told to leave, and they observed him verbally refuse, and then...
Right, but then cops get up there.
And then they observed him begin to walk away. And it says they approached Jones and observed he was intoxicated in a public place based on his slurred speech, pupil size, and
Didn't say that.
That was in the complete dims, Your Honor. And then it
Do you know
says
about that?
and
Yes,
aggressive
Judge,
behavior.
but
Okay,
I
go
have my
ahead.
argument prepared. Judge, my argument is exactly what you started to say. There's some sort of disturbance. Somebody's asking him to leave. They're yelling and screaming at each other. Police coming up and saying, "Hey, I'm the police." You can walk away from that all day long. My client did walk away from that. My client's loud and emotional, as you can tell here today. You're allowed to walk away emotional, yelling, screaming, even using profanity in this state if you want to. Then the cops come up to him and suddenly there's some kind of unfounded allegation of intoxication. There's absolutely no facts other than that statement. "I smell marijuana. You look intoxicated," because it looks like he walked away and the cops didn't want him to walk away. And so now they need a reason to arrest him. My argument is based on if he's charged with interference with a public servant, that doesn't come until later. He has to be lawfully arrested and lawfully detained or lawfully with the police before that even occurs. Walking away when a resident tells you to leave and all you've got in your sworn statement is, "We identified ourselves as police," so what? Everything that happens after that is fruit of the poisonous tree.
So they go up and they see that he possibly could be intoxicated. So does it go into a potential public intox investigation?
If it does, they need to announce that. You can't just walk up to me and say, "I'm the police, stop." We don't live in that kind of society. "I'm the police, I need to investigate you, so therefore stop," all day long. "I'm the police, we're investigating, I need you to step aside, sir, so I can investigate this matter," all day long. But hey,
So-
I'm the popo.
The reasonable suspicion we have is they begin to investigate what?
So
A criminal trespass.
they're called, yes, a disturbance, and they saw him yelling, being aggressive, and then as he walked away, that's when they saw.
So
signs.
the trespass investigation ceases because he's leaving. Yes or no?
It's not specified to be a trespass, Your Honor. It's specified just to be a disturbance.
That's what it is. Okay, but it's a trespass that they're investigating a trespass, right? I mean, for all intents and purposes, isn't that what it is? The investigation begins as a trespass investigation because he's there. Homeowners asked him to leave. He's refused to leave. So cops come and he begins to leave. So at that point, all should have ceased. But the cops go up to try to.
Yes. Well, in this case, Your Honor, it would be that, yes, he attempted to leave, but once the officers arrived, so they would still need to investigate to determine if the trespass even occurred to determine,
He's leaving.
He's walking.
He's leaving, right? It's like, here, let me come and mess with you more.
That would only.
Right? So it's like adding fuel to a fire.
But they would still have grounds to investigate, and furthermore, with the further signs of possible public intoxication, it would give them further grounds to investigate.
That's because they're going up to him to mess with him.
Well, they're going up to investigate what they saw, him refusing to leave, and he
leaves.
He only left once they arrived. So with maybe potential fear of apprehension, that's when he decided to leave, which it wouldn't undercut their ability to investigate what they observed happen in front of them regarding that public or that disturbance that they were called about. They still need to figure out what happened there and if there was a trespass to begin with.
Judge, you can't flee a trespass. The way you comply is by fleeing.
Well, we don't know it was a trespass, it was a disturb, we don't always specify the disturbance.
I'm gonna find no probable cause.
You understand?
Mr. Jones, be careful, man. We have enough drama in this life, don't we? You don't like to wear orange, do you? Be careful where you go. Be careful what you do. Everyone's always out to get you, man. Don't let them. All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Unless you.
Thank you. Hear what happened?
The state charged Mr. Jones with pulling his hands away from officers who were attempting to place him in handcuffs, thereby interfering with an officer in the performance of his duties. The officers were dispatched to the location on a disturbance call after a resident asked Mr. Jones to leave, and he refused. However, by the time officers arrived, Mr. Jones had begun walking away. Defense attorney Tichy argued, and Judge Fleischer agreed, that once Mr. Jones started to leave, the basis for any trespass investigation had evaporated. Under Section 30.05 of the Texas Penal Code, criminal trespass requires that a person remain on property after receiving notice to depart. If Mr. Jones was in the process of leaving when officers arrived, Judge Fleischer reasoned that there was no trespass occurring and no reasonable articulable suspicion of one, which meant officers had no lawful basis to detain Mr. Jones. Under Section 38.15 of the Texas Penal Code, interference with public duties requires that the defendant obstruct an officer who is performing a duty or exercising authority imposed or granted by law. If the detention itself lacked legal justification, then Mr. Jones pulling his hands away or taking an action to interfere with an unlawful detention could not form the basis of a criminal charge. Accordingly, Judge Fleischer found no probable cause, and the case was dismissed. On March 27, 2025, defendant Brandon Deshawn was charged with reckless driving. A probable cause hearing was scheduled in front of Judge Fleischer on April 4th, 2025.
You are Mr. Deshawn? Sir, you're charged with reckless driving. You're facing up to 30 days in jail and/or a $500 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Your Honor, on March 27, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, a law enforcement officer observed a vehicle make an improper turn, nearly causing an accident with the vehicle turning next to him by turning into the wrong lane. The defendant then traveled 88 miles per hour in a 50-mile-an-hour zone and made an unsafe lane change while speeding.
That's it?
Yes, Your Honor. The information, the charging instrument alleges that the reckless driving is based on a willful and wanton disregard for the safety of persons by driving more than 35 miles over the posted speed limit.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to take more time with yours. Just take a seat for me in the jury box so we don't forget about you, Mr. Deshawn. I'm not ready to make a ruling on this yet. Grab your stuff. Just hang tight with me. Can you point him somewhere real quick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Reckless driving, Judge Reed. Do you want him up?
No. I had a bit of an issue with this. So that's why I wanted to appoint him someone to see. Can you read me the DIMS again, Alex?
Yes, Your Honor. So on March 27, 2025 in Harris County, Texas, officer observed the vehicle made an improper turn, nearly causing an accident with the vehicle turning next to him by turning into the wrong lane. Defendant then traveled at 88 miles per hour in a 50-mile-per-hour zone and made an unsafe lane change while speeding. Also, I watched the video for this one, so I can answer questions on what actually was observed or what I observed on video.
So let's break it.
Complaint, it basically alleges unsafe lane change. It doesn't really.
Is that the basis for the reckless driving, the unsafe lane change?
So the way that the charging instrument reads is essentially word for word is a recklessly drive a vehicle in willful and wanton disregard for safety of persons and property by driving more than 35 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, making unsafe lane changes, causing other drivers to have to take evasive action and avoid collision with the defendant's vehicle.
Is that what you saw?
I did not observe any vehicles having to take evasive action. What I observed specifically was the defendant coming out of the parking lot on Theater Road. He does cut across 3 lanes to go to the far lane, but I didn't.
Where did you go? My heart's on a mission. Search of my soul, 'cause I feel you slipping. Don't next days, I feel you waiting. And I'll run back for you, back for you, back for you. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left.
See any vehicles having to take evasive action, slam the brakes on. In terms of speeding, I'm not sure if he was speeding or not, but it did look consistent with the flow of traffic, with the exception of passing other vehicles.
Was not carpeting a school bathroom on school grounds in the days before the planned attack was not circumstantial. It was documented, confirmed by Valdez's own statements to investigators. Lippert also drew images of the intended victim. The drawings depicted the classmate dead, hanging from a rope, with Valdez beside him. Investigators described the sketches as graphic and disturbing. Additional sexually explicit drawings
Lithium batteries. You might not see them, but they're all around you, hiding in plain sight. Heck, chances even are you've got one in your hands right now. And you didn't even realize it. Wait, how does he know that? But how safe are they? Like, how likely is it that something like this will happen to you? And do you know what to do if one of the batteries around you right now would fail? Because it might not be as easy as simply throwing it in a bucket of water. In this video, we'll ignore all safety warnings and take them to the extreme to uncover the dangers that hide within them. So you know exactly what to expect and what to do in case it ever happens to you. We already found out exactly why batteries come with such a long list of safety warnings in the last video. And looking at the more than 7,000 comments, that video really struck a nerve by many people. And also answered a lot of yet unanswered questions you guys had about batteries. But it also raised a lot of new questions, like, are full batteries more dangerous than empty ones, for example? Or how can you stop or how do you extinguish a battery fire? And should electric car drivers be worried? Because yeah, they're sitting on top of not just one, but several thousands of these. To answer those and many other questions you might have, we're going to do 4 new experiments today. For each of which I built a new test rig. And just like last time, I made them remotely controlled so I can trigger them from a safe distance. Let's start with by far the most common question you guys had. Are fully charged batteries really more dangerous than empty ones? Well, let's find out. I've got 2 identical lithium-ion cells with one slight difference. This one is fully charged all the way up to 100%. And the other one is discharged all the way down to 0%. And to make sure both batteries are going to fail in exactly the same way, I made this guillotine style test rig, which is loaded up with a sharp steel nail with a heavy steel weight on top that's lifted into position and locked in place with a little RC servo. So as soon as I flip this switch, the weight drops and slams the nail deep into the battery, hopefully puncturing enough layers to start thermal runaway. So, time to find out if fully charged batteries are really more dangerous than empty ones. Let's start with a fully charged battery. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, so puncturing a fully charged battery means instant ignition, followed by an intensely hot and flaming jet of plasma that reaches temperatures far beyond 420 degrees. So an immediate reaction. But that doesn't answer the question yet, because your question was, will puncturing a completely discharged and empty battery fail in the exact same way or not? So, let's find out. With a new nail, same drop height, same impact. But this time, instead of the fully charged battery, the empty battery. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Well, definitely not the same. Based on these results, the amount of stored energy clearly influences how violent a failure becomes, turns out. However, there's just one tiny little problem with the results so far. Because the experiment wasn't entirely fair yet, to be honest. That empty battery we've just punctured was completely drained. And draining a battery all the way to absolute zero causes irreversible damage, making the battery basically useless after that. So in reality, lithium-ion batteries, like those in smartphones for example, never reach that point of absolute zero. There's always a little bit of energy that remains unused. And that's for a very good reason. Because that last bit of energy is what keeps the battery active and stable, making sure the next time you charge it, something like this doesn't happen. But it also means that even at 0%, there could still be a significant amount of energy inside that battery. And because we just found out that the amount of energy inside the battery determines how violent the failure becomes when it happens, I think the real question should be, how dangerous is a battery that's empty but not truly dead? Well, let's find out. I've discharged a battery all the way down to its lowest safe voltage, exactly where your device would read 0%. So technically empty, but not truly dead. Let's see what happens when we puncture this one. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Well, way more explosive as our completely dead battery, but nowhere near as explosive as the fully charged battery. So yeah, the intensity of a battery failure depends heavily on the state of charge of the battery. But let's be honest, what are the chances of batteries getting punctured like this? In a real world scenario, it is unlikely for batteries to get drilled or stabbed like we just did. They're much more likely to be crushed or compressed in a real world accident. But how much crushing can they handle before something fails and things go south? That's exactly what we're going to find out with this next experiment. For test number 2, we're going to keep the battery intact. Well, basically, just no nail, no penetration. Just a slow, unstoppable force. But before we switch to the hydraulic press to really start crushing some batteries, I wanted to know how much of a beating these batteries can actually handle before something fails. And to do that, I put together this impact torture test rig to hit the battery with some hard, controlled mechanical impact. Again, controlled from a safe distance, of course. Because now when I flip this switch, that small gear will start to turn, winding up the hammer and building up tension, until the last tooth slips. But before we start, how many of these hammer blows do you think it takes before the battery will start to fail? I'm guessing somewhere between 1 and 5. We'll get the answer right after this quick shout out to my fellow engineers over at PCBWay. If you are an engineer, an aspiring engineer, or just a hobbyist even, and you haven't checked out PCBWay.com, I think you should. Because I bet one of the services they're offering will perfectly fit your needs right now. Whether it's CNC machining, 3D printing, injection molding, or PCB design and fabrication, PCBWay delivers. Always. High quality, super fast, and best of all, it's way cheaper than you think. And I know because I'm a Dutch guy. So check them out over at PCBWay.com and tell them I said hi when you place your order, because who knows, maybe you'll get a discount, right? Okay, so back to torturing that battery and find out how many hammer blows will be too much for it to handle. Let's go. First hit. Okay, that's less damage than I thought it would be, but things can change quickly. Second hit. Still nothing. These things might be tougher to break than I thought. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Well, there goes my prediction. 6. 7. Even the thermal camera shows no sign of failure yet. But surely something is about to happen, right? 8. 9. So, number 10 should do it then. Okay, final blow. In 3, 2, 1. It actually seems like these things are designed to be able to take a hit. And when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Because these batteries aren't just a thin, empty shell. Inside, these batteries are tightly packed with layer after layer of positive electrode after negative electrode. So instead of just a thin, empty shell, it behaves more like a solid tube which can absorb the impact much more easily. Okay, but if sudden force isn't enough, let's stop tapping the battery and start crushing it. Sudden impact might cause some hidden damage. But what happens when that pressure isn't just a sudden hit, but a slow, unstoppable force, like a garbage truck for example? To answer that question, I gave my old employer a call to ask if I could use their 50-ton hydraulic press to crush some batteries. Which is a weird question to ask, of course. But luckily it wasn't the weirdest idea they've heard come out of my mouth in the 10+ years I worked there. So it's time for some heavy machinery to simulate a real-world scenario. Exactly like something that happens far too often inside a garbage truck, for example. But what the heck happened inside that garbage truck, you might be wondering? Well, do you want to know why you should never throw your batteries in the trash? Here, I'll show you. Seems pretty clear to me, right? I don't think any further explanation is needed. And I know, so far we've taken things to the extreme, and you might be thinking, well, none of those things will ever happen to me, so why should I bother? Well, batteries can fail in a multitude of ways. Some are obvious, other less obvious, and some even invisible. And the thing is, it can happen at time you least expect it. But do you know what to do if you suddenly see a battery or a battery pack start smoking? What exactly should you do when you see a battery catching fire? That's what we're going to find out with the next experiment. Because there was a lot of debate around this topic in the comments. Some saying water can stop a battery fire without any problem. Others saying that water will only make it worse. So why not, instead of guessing, test both theories for real? To start, a fire always needs 3 elements to be able to start burning and maintain burning after that. Take one of them away and the fire will stop. Now, we're not going to take just one of those 3 elements away in a moment, but 2 of them, by submerging a flaming battery fully underwater. For this test, we're going to use the same guillotine setup we've used earlier, with a new fully charged 18650 lithium-ion cell and a fresh and sharp steel nail. But this time I've added a little addition. Because this time, as soon as the nail has pierced the battery, a second servo will immediately swing the flaming battery down into a container filled with water. So if it's true that water truly cannot stop a lithium battery fire, then submerging it instantly should not solve the problem. But on the other hand, if just cooling the battery is enough to interrupt the reaction, it might stop it entirely. So, let's settle the debate once and for all. In 3, 2, 1. And for a moment, it looks like it worked. But did it really? Because the flames don't even disappear. They seem to burn on top of the water somehow. And look at this scary sounding shot from underwater below the battery. Internal temperature of the battery remains extremely high, even underwater. Because once thermal runaway begins, the reaction doesn't depend on oxygen from the air. The battery generates its own heat and in many cases even its own oxygen. which means the fire and flames might eventually be suppressed, but the reaction itself inside the battery may still be active. So here's the real test. If thermal runaway is still ongoing, then the moment we lift it back in open air, the battery should start to heat up again. Let's find out. Well, there it is. Water can eventually suppress visible flames, but it doesn't instantly stop the internal reaction. To actually stop the battery from catching fire again as soon as you pull it out of the water is to cool the battery long enough to drop its core temperature below its critical threshold. And the bigger the battery, the longer that takes. That's why lithium battery fires are so difficult to deal with. Different scenarios with different triggers and different intensities, but the same fundamental truth. Lithium batteries aren't necessarily dangerous because they're unpredictable. They're dangerous because once their internal structure fails and a fire starts, the reaction can feed itself. So the battery becomes the fire.
Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States.
Seemingly.
With the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. This is the kind of situation that we cannot tolerate. And as the Attorney General has just indicated, it could have been so much worse, but for the reality that we had the Secret Service as well as the Metropolitan Police Department and the FBI. Now, the facts make it very clear what this intent was. You may recall that it was on March 2nd that the president indicated that he would be attending this public event at the Hilton. And on April 6th, that's when Cole Allen first made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. It was on April 21st that he traveled all the way from the West Coast.
Goddamn.
From his home near L.A.
It's a long way to drive
He
over
gets to
nothing.
Chicago on
Holy
April
shit.
23rd and has been indicated he arrives in D.C. on the 24th, and he checks into the hotel at about 3 p.m. He stays overnight. He is very much aware that the president and the first lady entered the ballroom at 8 p.m. And it was at 8:40 that he made a decision to rush the ballroom. And thank goodness, law enforcement, the Secret Service, was able to prevent him from getting into that ballroom. He was not injured other than some kind of scrape on his knee. Now, as indicated, these are the weapons that the defendant had on his person. You can see that's a 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg shotgun. It's a .38 semi-automatic. He had at least 3 knives and all kinds of paraphernalia. So any suggestion that he wasn't there to do harm is absurd. We will prove when he purchased these guns. They were purchased in California. Why is that relevant? It is relevant because he crossed interstate lines with those firearms.
Shouldn't have done that.
And
Now
those
it's
are the
federal.
firearms that he used on the night of the 25th, or attempted to use.
That's what they
at the
said
very
about
least.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now,
Remember
the
that?
manifesto also makes clear
Yeah.
about his expected rules of engagement. You know, you can look at it and read it, and it may seem kind of la, but at the end, make no mistake, he says, I am targeting the administration officials. They are my targets, and
said
I'm
it. It's not
prioritizing
even a
from the
question.
top
Yeah,
down,
duh.
the highest
Of course.
ranking from the lowest. And I will not hesitate to get involved in any kind of encounter with anyone who blocks me from the president. Now, finally, let me say one thing. Within days of the president nominating me to be the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, I was at the scene of a double homicide where one Elias Rodriguez crossed state lines from Chicago with a firearm to commit a felony in the district. He's now indicted for the murder of 2 individuals, Laron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, here in
Why is
Washington.
cash tense up like that?
Not long
I don't
after
know.
that,
It's probably
another
FBI director. He's probably
individual,
stressed out.
Ramanullah Lockenwall,
That'd be
crossed
me.
state lines, again with a firearm, with intent to commit
I'd
a
be stressed the
felony
fuck
here
out,
in
too.
Washington. He traveled from the state of Washington. He is now indicted with the murder of Sarah Beckstrom, a National Guardsman, and the attempted murder of National Guard Andrew Wolf. Today, we have Cole Allen, another individual, charged with crossing state lines coming from California with a firearm with the intent to commit a felony here in the district. Let this be a message to anyone who thinks that Washington, D.C. is the place to act out political violence. And if you are willing to do so with a firearm and cross state lines, we will find you, we will track your steps from the inception of your plan, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
They need to do it more.
Washington, D.C. is not the place to travel to commit acts of violence. The Constitution and the laws of the United States permit us to register our views through our voices and our votes. What they don't permit is making your views known through violence, especially violence directed at the President of the United States. This is anti-democratic at its core.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, that's a huge... Yeah, they didn't like the election, so
Thank
they
you,
want to
Judge.
shoot the guy.
Excuse me. Thank you, General.
Duh.
This one hits a little differently. We were all there.
Yeah.
Many of you were there. Many of you watching were there as well.
The region of
President
the
was
media,
there.
social media
Vice
account? I'll
President
talk about
was
that,
there.
but...
The cabinet was there. And what you saw, described by the general and the U.S. attorney, is absolutely true. The president spoke on late Saturday evening with the message of unity and a backing of law enforcement, and we have followed through on that message of unity and the effectuation of law enforcement across this country. This FBI is grateful to the United States Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, and our interagency partners, including the Metropolitan Police Department, for swiftly jumping into action. All of us on there put us in a unique position, but all of us also acted uniquely. The Washington field office jumped into action immediately, sending a mobile command center to the scene, along with our evidence response technicians, who showed up in speedy fashion to make sure we could collect the evidence that the prosecutors and the department needed to make this announcement today. Also on
Is this
scene,
live? Yeah, it's
you
live.
were told about the brave heroics of the United States Secret
talking about right
Service
now.
and other members of law enforcement. And that should be celebrated by every single American. They did exactly what they were trained to do. They stopped a massive attack from becoming even worse. They stood in the way, they safeguarded America, and they should be nothing but applauded for their bravery and their dedication to their mission and their selfless sacrifice to this country. The FBI, along with standing up mobile command units, evidence tech response team, and Washington SWAT on scene, also established our NC3, our National Crisis Coordination Center, almost immediately. And almost immediately in parallel, we stood up our command center at the
Training
Washington
security
Field
missed all the
Office
shots
under
fired.
ADIC,
It's
Darren
different
Cox's
security.
leadership. Throughout the evening,
Wasn't
we
Secret
immediately
Service.
began working with our Department of Justice partners to find the evidence necessary to effectuate the legal process necessary and enter into the suspect's room at the Washington Hilton successfully and lawfully and obtain the relevant evidence for exploitation. That was on scene. Back at the headquarters division and the Washington field office, we were coordinating a national scale investigation that literally spanned from coast to coast. As you heard, FBI agents, along with the interagency, were immediately dispatched to the suspect's home in California, where we conducted interviews that provided critical information about this horrific attack. We also dispatched investigators and agents to New London, Connecticut, where we conducted further interviews that provided necessary information that you will find in this criminal complaint, as the United States Attorney has just laid out. While officers were working diligently through the night to conduct those interviews, we were also conducting interviews of witnesses on scene. Those interviews are ongoing.
Could you imagine
As
if
know,
they had
there
Pam
was almost
Bondi doing
2,000
this?
people there. We were
Yeah.
sifting through and
That's the bad
prioritizing
thing.
who to talk
I
to.
could.
And we will get to each and every one of you with any
Yeah.
bit of relevant information. Again, we ask everybody who has any relevant information, like I did on Saturday night with the president, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Any piece of information is information we want to have and must receive. On top of the on-scene response by this FBI, the headquarters response, and the Washington field office response, the FBI flipped on its enterprise-wide response to this critical incident. What does that mean? We dispatched fixed-wing assets across the country so that we could immediately transport evidence that was acquired in California and Connecticut and sent it to our laboratories in Quantico for analysis. We collected the shell casings on scene, including the firearms and the weapons that the judge talked about. Those were also sent to our Quantico laboratories for immediate analysis.
Should not
America
care if
should
he
be
shot
proud
any of the
that
lefty
this
correspondents.
FBI acted with the
Well,
urgency that
yeah.
was needed for the
A
moment.
lot of those
that
people were
we
just
had to
crazy
answer.
anyway.
The president rightly said that we will act in a unified fashion, and it's because of President Trump's leadership and backing of the blue, every single person in law enforcement that I stood with into late evening hours on Saturday, early evening hours on Sunday, and all day yesterday and today are thrilled to wear the badge and defend this country. Each and every one of them deserves our thanks, and I encourage everyone listening to go out there and shake the hand of a federal agent or police officer and say thank you for doing their job. Thank
Doing
you for
what they need
training
to do, yeah,
endlessly
true.
to make sure they
True.
meet the mission requirements. And for me, as the director of the FBI, I want to thank our headquarters components for working diligently with our prosecutors and make sure that the American public knows it's not just federal agents that do this work. It's our intelligence analysts, our support staff, our laboratories, our fixed-wing assets, our critical incident response groups, our hostage rescue teams. Agents sprung into action, got out of bed, and haven't slept since. These prosecutors haven't slept since, and I promise you they're not going to be sleeping. They are going to give you every piece of evidence. As the journal said, we will make public when appropriate to protect the integrity of this investigation, to make sure that due process is served, and we will meet the highest standards of the Constitution as we always do. And that is
Great.
when we will continue to
Let's
disclose
get some
information.
questions.
I know the public has a yearning for information.
Yeah.
But just remind yourself of how much information you have already received, how transparent this administration has
they've
been.
told people
In
what's
less
going
than
on. That's
48
true.
hours, you know almost every single thing we know.
Yeah.
And what we have not told you yet, we will tell you in short order. So once again, from me, as director of the FBI, I want to thank the interagency. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and their director, Mark Wayne Mullen, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General of the United States, Attorney Pirro, and Ada Cox for springing into action on a night that should have been celebrating free speech. But we will be doing it again shortly, as the president said, and we look forward to seeing you all there.
Man, all right.
Pierre.
2 questions, please. Beyond the evidence in what the judge described as the manifesto, what other evidence can you point to that tells us that the president was the primary target of the suspect?
So
we're
there's
a
not
day and a
really
half
any
into the
certainty.
investigation. As we talked about earlier,
Well, he
we were able
implied
to
that
get
it was the
multiple
president.
devices from various locations, the hotel room, and also his where
Yeah.
he lived in California. We have started that process. There's nothing more that would be appropriate to share at this time until we have thoroughly gone through it, which we're doing, and we'll share that information as appropriate in the future. Second question, go ahead.
Beyond the assassination attempts against President Trump, you had someone try to burn down the mansion where the governor lives in Pennsylvania.
Oh!
You had those state lawmakers attacked in Minnesota.
Yep.
You had
attacked, they got killed.
Israeli embassy staff members murdered in the city here. You had the Charlie Kirk assassination. You had
Yep.
the National Guardsmen
True.
Killed in the city. Can you, each of you, describe the current threat environment and what DOJ's stance is about it?
Yeah, what are y'all doing about this?
You just described the current threat environment
Yeah,
pretty
been a bunch of
accurately, which is that
nutballs
the
running
political
wild.
violence and rhetoric has got to stop. And that's something
I mean, it's
President
got to
Trump
s-
said
what do you
right
mean?
after the incident on Saturday night.
You're the
It's
Attorney
something
General.
that Carolyn Levitt talked about a couple hours ago.
a fucking
It is something that is, when you have a president who, and many people in this room, if we're going to be honest about it, has done as well. They're just as guilty as a lot of people on X. When you have reporters, when you have media just being overly critical and calling the president horrible names for no reason and without evidence, without proof, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place. If you look at what
you should go after
at
people
what it
saying the crazy
appears
shit on
that
the
this
internet.
defendant had in his past, we're talking about somebody who is college educated,
Yeah.
who has a job, who is otherwise living his life, and we'll find out more about him, as I expect, in the coming days and weeks. But he chose to do what he did, and so our threat environment is we are ready. I mean, I'm not going to go through what Director Patel just talked about with the way we responded, but this was something that we will always be prepared for, and it's sad
Okay,
that it
so
has
they're
to
gonna do
happen, but
nothing.
it's not a
That's
new
great.
thing, unfortunately.
That's reassuring. Nothing's going to happen.
Have you been able
Amazing.
to determine whether the gunman fired shots? If so, how many shots he fired, and who
Yeah.
exactly, whose bullet hit the agent?
We're still.
Do
we want to get
something,
that right.
God, I
So
know.
we're still looking at that. It appears, and I don't want to overstate because we are still looking at this, that there were five shots that law enforcement fired. We have all the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously, and we'll know more soon. We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the suspect, that the defendant fired it out of his shotgun, and we know that happened. But as far as getting into exacting ballistics, I'm not going to do that today because it's still being looked at and finalized.
Yeah, it's not a surprise.
Thank you for taking my question. You personally have called for a construction of this ballroom at the White House.
God.
The president has called
The
for
ballroom.
this as well.
Of course.
Today, the
Let's talk
National
about the
Trust
ballroom
president
again.
put out a statement, says that they're grateful that everybody's okay, but, and I quote, "We are not planning to voluntarily dismiss our lawsuit, which endangers no one, and which respectfully ask the administration to follow the law. Ballroom construction is continuing unabated until June 5th at the earliest because the injunction is on hold." Where does the Justice Department go from here? And then I have a follow-up on that.
Well, we filed a motion today asking the court to do what the plaintiffs refused to do. We absolutely believe that there is no better example of why this ballroom is necessary, aside from all the very positive things the ballroom will bring to this country and to Washington, D.C.
Jesus, who
than what
cares?
happened on Saturday
Who
night.
gives a shit?
You guys, many of you all were there. That's
Yeah.
one of the only places in D.C. that you can hold an event like that due to its size and the
Yeah.
structure of what we need. So we're basically stuck at this point in the
Yeah,
city
fuck the
with
ballroom.
having an event like that at a hotel. So underneath a ton of hotel rooms. And so the fact that we, aside from the fact that the ballroom is spectacular, it's going to be beautiful, it's going to make this country look great every time
Wow.
it's used, it's also a meaningful safety issue. And so I very much wish that the plaintiffs and their counsel would take a different view. But if they don't, we are going to continue to fight in court like we have been. And hopefully the judges at the D.C. Circuit Court will do the right thing.
Are you aware of...
Not you, the red.
Thank you. Are you investigating connections that Cole Allen allegedly had to left-wing groups? I think one is called the Wide Awakes.
Yeah.
Yes. Of course we're investigating that. Now you.
Are you aware of his video game development past, including a potential shooter-style RPG game?
What?
I've seen the news reports that
There's
talk
no
about that. I think
shooter-style
that
RPG game.
The positive and negatives of this type of case is that there's a lot of people investigating
even
this man
true.
right now, including the FBI. But the only investigations
The fuck is he
that
talking
truly
about?
matter in the court of law are the ones that Director Patel and his men and women are doing. So we'll wait for
Yes.
them to do that and get an answer.
It was a science game.
Wait,
It's not even true.
Do you know anything about his alleged Christian past, Christian faith past? Because he said something about it in the manifesto.
I have read reports in the news, and I've read reports that say various things regarding his views
Yeah.
of Christianity, his views in the past of Christianity.
Yeah, I wonder
and
why.
I'm certainly not going to speak
Another
to
nutball.
news reports.
Was he
I will
woke?
wait,
Seemingly.
as I hope all of you would, for the investigation to continue until we actually have answers. Yeah.
I just a little technical question. You mentioned that you guys so far you think that Allen fired at least one shot. That doesn't say
Yeah.
that in the affidavit yet. So I'm just curious if you can explain the discharging of weapon charge at this point.
Were they trying to
Well,
paint
he's
his actions
charged
as
with
Republican views?
violating
No, not really.
924C, discharge of a firearm during a crime
It's
of
just a
violence.
dumb
So
question.
by definition, that charge
Nothing too
means that
exciting.
It was discharged. I can tell you from what I know, with the understanding that we're a day and a half in, that this is the gun that he discharged.
Yeah.
And as those of us that have ever shot one of these know, what happens when you shoot that is the casing stays inside the firearm, and then if you reload it, it pops it out.
Oh,
My understanding
like in a
is that it
video
was
game.
inside the
I know that.
firearm, but hadn't been ejected, which means that it hadn't been pulled back again. But again, I want folks to understand, I'm the acting attorney general. I'm not on the ground doing the investigation, so I'm telling you what I've been told, and we'll if that information changes, I'm sure that we'll let you know.
Yeah.
Just want to ask you about this letter that you posted yesterday that's sent from Brett Shumate to the plaintiffs in that lawsuit. It says that the Washington Hilton is, quote, demonstrably unsafe for the President of the United States. It said that with the ballroom, that Trump will no longer need to venture beyond the safety of the White House perimeter. Just
He never
engaging with
leaves.
those lines, was there an assessment in advance of the dinner that the Hilton was demonstrably unsafe? And if so, why
It's
was
going to be more
President Trump
unsafe than the White
allowed
House.
to attend it? And then separately,
my
just
God.
the idea that by building the ballroom, that President Trump wouldn't need to go outside of the confines of the White House. I mean, is that something that the American people, should find acceptable, that the president would have
Can we just go to the next
major
one?
events confined to the White
Please.
House? Seems like
Can we just go to the next one?
That is obviously not what he means by that. If you and the fact that
let's go to
that
the
question
next one.
comes with respect to President Trump is
Oh my
laughable
God.
in the extreme. I mean, laughable in the extreme.
Yes.
You have a president who willingly
Can't believe
speaks
this.
with
This
you
is
guys
amazing.
multiple times a day. I would say
Yeah.
7 days a week. He is active all over the country. I think what that
You think he's never
keeping it
gonna
to the
go
four
golf
corners
again?
of that
Yeah,
statement,
really.
when he says demonstrably, it's demonstrated by what happened on Saturday night.
Uh-huh.
So that doesn't mean that the Secret Service would ever let the president go into an unsafe environment. I know that the director of the Secret Service
he didn't
will
even
be
get in a
focused
room.
on making sure that we always keep him safe. And by the way, as we said before, and as
Oh my God.
anybody that was in that room knows, we were safe. We were safe. We heard a lot of
Yeah.
loud noises that at the time many
Some
of us
shit
thought
happened
could be
outside.
guns going off. It was mostly plates falling because of the staff, understandably, were running. So my reaction to that is I'll leave anything with respect to security up to the great men and women of the Secret Service. But when we talk about having an environment like the ballroom, it's an environment like what you saw last night. So an environment where you have a unique blend of cabinet members, leadership of this country,
Yeah.
leadership of Congress, reporters and members of the public.
I mean, we
coming
should
together
have
for
the
an event
ballroom.
like
We
that.
should,
That's
but,
different
like,
than
oh
other
my God.
public-facing situations, which I have no doubt President
This
Trump
is
will
such a-
continue to do as he said he would on Saturday night. Yeah.
Jesus, can we talk about something else?
FBI Director Patel,
Sure.
Gives a
is there
fuck.
any other credible threats at this time related to events in the city, including King Charles, and then separately, the manifesto, I don't really want to give too much weight to this, did mention your name in it as someone that they maybe were not targeting. Do you want
Yeah.
to kind of elaborate on that, and then also the political motivations there?
As to the latter, no. As to the former, the FBI and the interagency is constantly evaluating intelligence provided to us by interagency collection methods. Our partners in the federal and state and local levels, we are constantly relaying that information to the White House, to the Attorney General, to the United States Attorney, specifically here in D.C. And we will always assess each piece of intelligence and base it on the credibility that it was received and give it the due weight that it has. But as the U.S. Attorney has stated, And as President Trump's task force for Washington, D.C. has shown, we have reduced crime in this city by historic levels, and we will continue to do so. We will
That's
continue
good.
to safeguard the
Keep
men and
doing
women that
Keep
call
doing it.
Washington, D.C. their home.
People bitching about the ballroom. Isn't
just
Trump
a
paying for it
couple more.
himself? I don't even know.
Acting Attorney General, in paragraph 14 of the complaint today, it says that the suspect fell, and you said that he was tackled. I just want to see if we can try to make sure we understand.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I would rely on the complaint because that was sworn to by an agent and not by the words out of the acting attorney general, who most certainly was
Did
not
he
there, but
fall
I think
down or
both
did
can
he?
be true.
Did he trip?
Attorney yesterday also mentioned that one of the charges possibly would be for assault on an officer, and I noticed today it's a different charge. Is this because you've determined that what he shot didn't actually strike the officer?
We're still looking at that, and I think that that's
What?
something that you'll hear about in the coming days as we.
I thought the
as
officer
we
got
know
shot in the
answer to that.
chest.
It doesn't legally matter in that situation, but
Oh my
you know,
God.
when after an event like this happens, not surprisingly, there's initial charges that we consider. Then you have the U.S.
Yeah.
Attorney's team and the FBI looking through the evidence and figuring out what's the best thing to do, and that's what you have. Right? Just one more question. Yeah.
I have two quick questions.
You're trying to
One
create
is-
sound
I
bites?
just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify, you said the one officer fired their weapon 5 times. Was that the only officer who discharged a firearm?
I want to be very careful in answering that question
Yeah.
because this
Who knows?
when you do ballistics evidentiary collection and research, it is very complicated. So when you fire a bullet, the bullet ends up somewhere. Sometimes
Yeah,
you find
usually.
it, sometimes you don't. And so from that, with that qualifier, we believe right now that there was 5 shots fired from the same firearm. But there's a team of folks looking at this that are experts, and the evidence collection team that were in that area of the hotel where the shots were fired will work all night. They have the evidence they collected, but it's not an exact science from the standpoint that, for example, the buckshot, when that shot, it scatters everywhere, and sometimes it just disappears actually, depending on where it hits. So you don't have to. Hopefully, with that qualifier, that's where we are right now.
Question about the timeline, sir.
Hold on.
I just wanted to ask what law enforcement has learned about why he was targeting President Trump. Do you guys believe he was upset about a certain policy or decision by the president?
The complaint lays out what I think is described as a manifesto, which is something that he allegedly sent to many folks, his family. That's what we have so far as his motivation. As the U.S. Attorney said a few minutes ago, what is clear from the complaint and from what we have so far is he was targeting President Trump. He described that in his manifesto. He was targeting administration officials. He described that. But as far as us understanding additional motivation, that's for the FBI and law enforcement. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow.
The Amtrak security measures, will there be any announcement on?
Well, that was a total waste of fucking time. That was stupid as hell. That didn't answer anything. That didn't help anybody. God damn. That didn't do a fucking thing. So this right here is the shooter. And like, honestly, fast as fuck, boy. Look at him. Damn. Damn, bro. Cosmetic security. Jesus, look at that. Oh my God. He hit him with the Naruto run. You got Sonic the Hedgehog. Look at that. Damn, bro. Look at that. Woo. Going real quick. He had the security shut. Yeah, they're like, what the fuck? Honestly, all of these guys should be fucking fired. Like, are you kidding me? Like, how do you have a guy run by you and you're like, oh, wow, oops? Oh, geez, you're not even looking at him. And I show speed. Yeah, bro, look at this. Fast as fuck. Yeah, so anyway, he just bolts through there. Has this shit happen, right? And what a lunatic. I know, what a lunatic. And so anyway, Washington Times, what is this? And so shots fired. Okay, so here we go. So this is him talking to some girl. Here we go. Right? Some girl, I don't know her name. She's a journalist, I think. Uh-huh. Yeah, and it's an average day. Everything's totally fine. Things are good. CBS lead anchor. Oh, I see. He doesn't even... The gunshots go up. Fine. Things are good. CBS lead anchor. Oh, I see. He doesn't even... The gunshots go up. He doesn't even blink. Oh my God. Uh-huh. And here we go. Yeah, and there he goes. Oh boy. And so, and the best part about it was this guy. He doesn't sit down, he just sits there and he's just eating. Look. Doesn't give a fuck, man. And so anyway, I guess like, I mean, whenever you get to be like 80, it's like, I mean, damn. It's gotta happen sometime, right? All right. Well, this could be it. It's what it is. I'm old anyway. Yep, that's right. Yeah, what's another day? And yeah, anyway, brother man, end your supper. And so anyway, yeah, all this shit happens. They're so focused on eating this. Yeah, this guy. You see the president's duck down?
You, of course, have J.D. Vance in that room, naturally the President of the United States. And as John mentioned...
Just a quick little bite.
Dinner is where we are presently broadcasting. And who's in the room? Secretary Pete Hegseth is in the
Man.
room.
And so as soon as you went offline, this happened. Yeah, I know. He was probably watching my stream, and then as soon as I went offline, he's like, okay, all right. Let's go. Let's get this done. All right, let's see. What's the next one? Video of the alleged shooter. So this is the guy on the ground. Here we go. Audio's fucked. Give me a minute, actually. Let me go ahead and just do this again and get it lined up. And he didn't read the script. Yeah, obviously. And they don't have he doesn't have a Twitch account, as far as I know. I hope not. So this is him.
Silver foil. 4, got it?
No.
Scooch over, slightly right, silver foil, top, top of the stairs.
Nothing like if you were too much time? I guess so. Had they not hit him after firing so many times? I have no idea. I wonder if he got to finish his meal. Yeah, he probably did. It'd probably take you like an hour to get everybody out of there, realistically. So they got him in the tinfoil. There it is. Man. So there it is. They obviously did get his ass, right? Not a big surprise. And I hate to the guy looks like E-Rob. Holy shit, guys. Holy. Like, are you kidding me? It looks like fucking E-Rob. Yeah, look at that. Like, for a second, I thought it was. I did. Now, you can tell it's not, because E-Rob, I think, is balding on the top here, and this guy isn't. But, you know, besides that, I thought it was him. And S-Fans tweet, no, again, he tweeted it out. I think other people tweeted it out, too. Miz tweeted something about it. Like, it's very, very common. People tweeted something. Immediately, everybody that knew him tweeted this. It's really fucking funny. But anyway, the photos just posted by Donald Trump appear to show the suspect identified as Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher from California, on the ground, surrounded by law enforcement officers at the Washington Hilton following the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So this is the goof boy that ended up getting shot, or ended up trying to shoot the president. And RFK seen not ducking for cover. Just sitting there. You know what? That's a man that cut a dick off a raccoon. You know what? I can believe that. Absolutely. Look at a comment. I know. Let me see if I can find the other ones, okay? And, yeah, right now. No, I'm serious. By the way, it's not a joke. That's not a joke. And they checked in on him, right? They looked in on him. Pops, are you okay? Yeah, it was crazy. Bobby's security team came in and took us. It came in so fast and took us out of the building. They were lifting me over chairs. His dad's new phone. I'm really hungry. And you could see how this happened, right? Because they were bringing out the food. And so everybody was about to start eating, and then this shit happens. So yeah, he's like, I'm hungry. Yeah, let's go to McDonald's. Well, no, you can't go to McDonald's. He can't do that. And anyway, this isn't too old for this. Yeah, as I said, I just there is a certain type of like you know, anti-fragile boomer that is going to be very dearly missed. They will be. And like, this is like, my dad was like this. You know, like, I'm driving him to the hospital. He has like fucking cancer, and he's saying, well, now they can blame you for killing me like they do your mom. I'm driving his old ass to the hospital. He's on oxygen. He making jokes and shit. And so anyway, that's just what it was. Haha, amazing. Yeah, and so that was funny as fuck. He was complaining about the nurse, and I told him that he had pancreatic cancer, and he got mad that I interrupted his story. He didn't give a fuck. It was what it was. That was it. Good argument for McDonald's being for Dash. Yeah. He was mad. He was really mad about them, honestly. He was pissed as fuck about it. How dare you? Yeah, exactly. And so anyway, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth called me walking through the ballroom. Well, what is this? Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, there he is. And take me to that son of a bitch. He looks pleased, pissed. Yeah, I'd be pissed too. It ruined the whole fucking day. Think about it. It ruins the whole fucking night. Like now, like, new footage. Oh, this is so fucking funny, dude. Dana White. Oh my fucking God. He's like, holy shit, was I there for this? Oh my God. Is he dressed up like a trucker? Jesus, man. Jesus, what? There he is, bro. Like, yep. That's right. Uh-huh. And he's just... I can't... Damn, you're okay. He's loving it. Oh my God. Pit mechanic Fetterman, yeah. Well, yeah, dude, this is just... Oh my fucking God. Says Dan, I was really here for one of these, huh? I was. Oh, here, and here's another one.
tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly did you see?
We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president
was. Table. Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled, or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for
someone
shooters.
died? No,
They
yeah,
came
top 10 best moments, yeah.
I thought the shooter was over by us or something.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah.
So you didn't see the
my
actual
God.
attack yourself? Okay.
No, this is not. I honestly, I've had a gun pulled on me at least two. I might be thinking at least twice. One and a half of those times was on stream, and so I call my dad and I tell my dad, I say, "Pa, I just had somebody pull a gun on me." He says, "Oh, that's great. Did you get it on stream? They're gonna love it." And I'm like, "Yeah, but they didn't show the gun." And he's like, "Ah, well." It was like 2000 on 6th Street. It was like 7th or 8th Street, but yeah, or actually it's 3rd or 4th Street. But yeah, it was. And this was downtown. And crazy dude in the car. Well, there was that one. Didn't take the gun. That was the first time. There was another time. I don't know if that time there was a situation at an event venue. I think it's public. I'm not sure if it is. I'll check with somebody, and if it's public, I'll tell the story. I will. I'll tell the story about it. It was pretty crazy. It was. Yeah, it was a big deal. Maybe next time. Sorry, I don't want to make it public until it was it. Do you guys know of any other story where there was like a shooter or a guy that went with a gun to like an event, like any streamer event? Emmer's announcement party? That was it. That's right. Okay. So then, all right. And if you just randomly guessed that, now I'm telling the story that I shouldn't have. Yes, that's what happened. There was a crazy guy who went over there, fucking rammed his truck or something into Miskif's car. NFL Madden convention. Yeah, I don't know about that one too. And so anyway, the guy is sitting and like I remember why I just honestly like the guy was out there with the gun. I was like, well, I'm just gonna go home. He's probably not gonna shoot me. I mean, he drove into Miskif's car, not mine. I'm just gonna go home. I just walked by the guy. I'm like, I'll see you guys later. Fuck this. Like, I don't want to deal with this. It's fucking annoying. And yeah, and that was it. Buy yourself something. Oh, I told him, I was like, if he shoots me, I'm not even gonna know. I don't want to be dead, right? I mean, who gives a fuck? Well, it is what it is. And so that's what it was. And I think that who was there? Rich was there. I think Rich's girlfriend was there. Let's see. Besides that, fucking obviously like Emmy and Miz were there. I don't remember like who was with me whenever that happened though. Maybe S-Fan was. I'm not sure. How close were you to the shooter? I don't know, like 4 or 5. Like no, like 6 feet. Like 6 feet, because like I didn't want to go inside their aggro range, and so like I kind of like I did walk around them, right? I didn't want to like upset them. Yeah.
Started getting noisy.
Mia? Yeah,
Tables
Mia.
getting flipped over, guys.
And I think she was there. I'm pretty sure she was there. And yeah, stay away from people like that. Too much drama. Yeah, I try to. But anyway, so this shit was nuts. And so let me go back. I'll pull up another one too of all this. Oh, this is the same one. That's all right. I got distracted. And so anyway, Cole Allen is. So this is the guy. This is the guy.
College student Cole.
So this is from 2017. Okay, this is the guy that was the shooter. Here we go.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
Yeah.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by.
Really sad to see somebody with such a, like a selfless idea to turn into a nutball. I think that's sad. It's genuinely sad. I mean, like, maybe it wasn't a good idea. Maybe he's a goofboy, right? But, like, damn, that sucks.
St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test run on
Young
products
too? Yeah, he's
that have
31.
the potential to enrich the lives of seniors. 14 different tech startups got to present to over 300.
Seems like a senior design project for mech engineering.
Getting their projects into some sort of senior health facility.
Well, that's clearly what it was. And yeah, there's the shooter, right there it is. And I'll go back and pull up the other ones and find it, because too much time on the internet, maybe, yeah. And I'll watch the conference about this and go through everything. Give me a second. I'll see if I can find it. What is this here? Assassination attempt? Like, yeah, live. I mean, I guess maybe I'm not really sure if I can find the image of it. Yeah, this is it. No, I'll go to the part where he's talking. Here it is.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected.
But wasn't.
But,
It's
incredibly
been 3 times now, right?
acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement, and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech. That was.
I don't know. Is the echo with everything?
Supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because
echo is unavoidable. It's inside of the audio.
Supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press.
Yeah.
And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful. that was
I don't know. Is the echo with everything?
supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because
echo is unavoidable. It's inside of the audio.
Supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press,
yeah,
and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified. I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly, and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out.
Stream was fine, no echo. Let me see if I can just try one more. Let me see if I can just pull it up. No, that's obviously not it. This is a... Yeah, because it's annoying. It's annoying to me.
As you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by that. He was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun.
It's not as bad.
The vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is...
it's the best vest.
Has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not
the best vest.
A particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's got... It's drone-proof. It's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why.
They say all ABC always be closing.
Secret Service. That's why the military are demanding it.
And he's not wrong. I mean, like, sure, yeah, to be more secure if they had the ballroom, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is like a super crazy stretch, right? I mean, like, oh wow, I wonder which one's going to be more secure, the Hilton Hotel or the White House. Oh, guys. Real tough one there.
They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our...
So the ballroom will now have to be built for security, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't... Like, I'm going to be real, guys. I don't really care about the ballroom. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the ballroom. Like, I don't know. They want to make a ballroom? Okay. They don't want to make a ballroom? Okay. It just seems like such a nothing conversation. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit?
Republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill in Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago. You all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close.
The first Palm Beach, Pete.
Again, we had some great Great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd, there was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of very quickly, rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D.
They're not going to be able to reconcile with those people, the nutballs. You've got to just go and arrest them. Like all the assassination Andes and everything, you've got to go after them. That's the big problem that I think Trump has and like the White House has, is that they don't really hold those people accountable. You have an entire culture of people that are advocating for, promoting, and trying to manifest political violence and terrorism, and nothing happens to these people. They're not within their First Amendment rights. They're openly advocating to kill elected members of the government. Like, what are we doing here? But for some reason, we're letting this happen. Like, you have to, yeah, they're identifying the problem. It's easy to identify the problem, but that's it.
Vance was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it
you can't let people
bigger
derail.
and better, and
it's a good idea,
even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible.
Surprising.
So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her.
Yeah.
There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out.
That's good.
Because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to
How many
stay.
now? Like,
but they,
I think 3
it was
that we know
protocol.
of.
They said, please, sir.
I mean, 4 if you assume that what they said is correct about Iran, that Iran was trying to assassinate him. That's at least 4. So like that those are the ones that have been made public. You mentioned that people with no representation in democracy can go outside the law to fight back. Isn't it understandable this happened when the left thinks that he's breaking all the laws and all sorts of government despite the democracy? Well, the thing is that all of that is open to, like, everybody gets to determine their own reality that they can operate under. But there is a democratic, like the people that they lost the election. That's what happened. So they lost the election and Trump won the election. And now you have that happening. So whenever, like, can you imagine how much chaos it would be if after every single election, and usually our elections are like 51-49, right? Like they're very, very close. I honestly, it makes me think the elections are rigged with how close they are. Like I don't want to get into conspiracy theories, but it seems very odd to me that the elections seem to be so 50-50. But anyway, you know, I'm not saying that they are. It's just something that I've always kind of identified and been like, wow, that's really odd, isn't it? Like, how is everybody always divided so evenly on everything? What are the odds of that? But anyway, that's just, again, I don't want to get into that. My point is, though, you know, can you imagine how much chaos it would be if at least 30% of the population, right, every time they didn't get what they wanted for an election, just totally turned the board over and enacted complete chaos? Can you imagine how like you wouldn't be able to have elections, you wouldn't be able to have a country, you wouldn't be able to have any democracy, you wouldn't be able to have government. It would just be impossible. Like you couldn't do anything because there'd just be crazy fucking insane shit. Just like Trump. Yeah, and that was really bad, right? January 6th was really bad. Imagine if that happened all the time. That would be really bad too. Like I don't think somebody wants who wants another January 6th? Like, I mean, of course not.
They didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Nick, I mean, I'm just saying in general, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty fair. I can look at some of the questions and everything people ask them. 1 second, sorry, I had some in my mouth. And what is this here? Uh-oh. Okay, I'll pull up these other two right here. These are people asking him questions, obviously. How can he talk while sleeping? Well, sometimes he's sleeping while he's talking. Sometimes he's talking while he's sleeping. It's simple.
President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your leadership?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do.
It is. Imagine this is the third public assassination attempt, and you just go up and you're like, it is what it is. Yep.
Do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job."
Yeah.
But that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and
did you see the picture of Trump's reaction versus hers whenever the fucking thing happened? Let me see if I can show you guys this. It was so fucking funny. Where is it? First time? Oh boy. And so I don't know really exactly how this happened, but it was just great picture. Yeah. Yeah, there's at least a fourth one that they fumbled. Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Spectre Sybil, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Hi, guys. Thank you. And yeah, there it is. It's a good one. It's definitely a good one with her being fucking shocked, this other girl being shocked. And he still didn't know what's going on. Yeah, probably not, but it's still funny.
it was either a tray or a bullet.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't.
I was hoping it was a tray.
Again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses.
No.
It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it
meme president
better.
Yeah.
We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much.
What I think is very funny is that, or not funny, but ironic, is that if they ever do successfully assassinate Trump, they're going to get the exact opposite of what they want. They are. They are going to... Can you imagine what would happen if they did that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't speak of it, please. Well, no, I'm just being honest. Like, that's the... That I mean, it could happen. Like, we've had presidents shot before. It could happen. Definitely it could happen. And, yeah, again, y'all brainwashed? I mean, really? And what's going to happen? I think that they would just go absolutely fucking nuclear. I think J.D. Vance, you would embolden every single right-wing and right-wing adjacent person, and they would go absolutely fucking nuclear about those people. And they should have done this with Charlie Kirk. They should have done this with him. And they didn't, because I think the reason why the government didn't do it with Charlie Kirk, this is my opinion, is because Charlie Kirk wasn't one of them. Charlie Kirk was just like a random, political activist. He wasn't a member of the government. He wasn't a... Keep in mind, do you want to know one of the only bills that every single person inside of the Senate and the House voted to support was increased funding for the Secret Service. The moment that these people feel like things are actually on the line for them, you're going to see things change really fast. And Charlie Kirk was on such a good path. Yeah, Bill Clinton. Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? He was an external supporter, but wasn't actually one of them. Yes, exactly. He was not. Like, I mean, it's the same as, like, anybody else. Like, if you're not in the government, you're not in the machine, you're not one of them. Like, Bill Clinton is one of them, even though he's not in the machine anymore. Charlie Kirk is never going to be one of them. Like, he never would have been one of them. Same as Tucker Carlson is not one of them. Like Sean Hannity is not one of them. They're next to the club, but they're not in the club. They talk to the people whenever they enter and leave the club. That's it. Would you actually see far-right groups come out of the shadows? Yeah, I think so. And how come nothing happened after Trump's first attempt, though? I would disagree with that. I think that Trump's first assassination was a really, really big consolidating factor around people deciding to vote for him. And I think it was a huge rallying point for... Like, I mean, it's impossible to, dissect and look at it granularly and say that, well, if this one thing didn't happen, then the election would be different. But I do think that the attempt on Trump's life, where he got shot in the ear, right? And this one, they instantly yanked Vance. Yeah, they brought him in different directions, too. I noticed this. How do you hate from outside the club? You can't even get in? I know, that's what I was thinking of, right? I was saying that. And yeah, let me show this one, and then we'll look at the other clip. We'll make sure I have that lined up. But oops, just a second. Let me make sure I copy paste that again. Okay, there we go. Are you saying that it was sus? I don't think it was sus. I don't. I think that, honestly, if you want my honest, real, and this is kind of a bad opinion, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. I'm surprised we don't have more of this crazy shit happen all the time. That's honestly what my story. I'm surprised that things are as civilized as they are. Like, you have millions of people in the world. Like, I mean, bro, no, I'm saying, and this is not with just Trump, but just in the world in general. Like, it's surprising that we don't see more chaos and mayhem. You see Anduriel's new AI drum? Actually, I did. I'm gonna look at that later on. We're gonna get to that, but we got a lot of other stuff to go through with this first because it's the most important thing. Taylor Ren's tweet's predictable. I don't know what she said. I have no idea. I have to read it.
Trump, there's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel.
Smart.
What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well,
why do you think it keeps happening?
You know, I've studied assassinations.
Just a minute. I gotta turn this up.
This keeps happening to you.
Well, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through.
Right. There it is. literally fucking, what is this, 30 minutes after they tried to kill him? Jesus Christ.
The people that have gone through this, where they got them, but the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but
man, I'm really gonna miss him, man. When he's not, this is crazy. Like, oh my God. I'm really gonna miss this guy. This is insane.
The big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We have, we've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, you're...
Jesus. Okay, well, there you go. And if they find the election was stolen, does that mean he gets a do-over for 4 more years? Well, yeah, you don't want to end on an odd number like 3, right? I mean, you have to win 4 elections at that point. I think that just makes sense. So I wish he took left-wing violence more seriously. I think so. I think that he's not taking it nearly as seriously as he should. And this is J.D. Vance. Here we go. And you see, bro, like, they get his ass. Oh, he's gone. He's guys in like 1 second. Holy shit. God damn. Dry his ass? Yeah, definitely. Holy fuck. He dipped? Yeah, I'd be fucking out of there real quick. I want to get shot. Fuck that. Yeah. Is the vice president's the fallback? Wait, really? I didn't know that. I've heard about this, right? And so yeah, Trump's heavier. Yeah, I guess so. And she's like, let me in. Yeah, I guess so. The fucking woman, no one gives a shit. Well, I think they're trying to protect the president, right? I mean, obviously, like, that's clearly what it is. And does number 2? In what world does number 2 leave before number 1? In the world that number 2 is 40 years younger than number 1, and can immediately get up in like literally 1 second, and number 1 is already being protected by the secret. What an idiot! Who says this? Who is this guy? Why am I arguing with a random Twitter comment? So stupid. Yeah, he's 100 pounds lighter. Yeah, because he just gets up immediately. Like, he's like 40 or something, right? He's like 42 or something like that. Yeah, and anyway, yeah, it's pretty fucking obvious. The event lady had to crawl behind. I mean, yeah, definitely. She didn't know how. This was really bad.
Tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it.
Tonight will be...
Oh, man. Oh, man. Why you had to say that, though? Why you had to go and say, of all the things to say, it had to be that one thing? What is it? Oh, my God. So, I love it.
Tonight will be...
Oh, man. Oh, man. Why you had to...
in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it. J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it.
Tonight will be...
Oh, man. Oh, man. Why you had to say that, though? Why you had to go and say, of all the things to say, it had to be that one thing? What is it? Oh, my God. So, wow, she's right. She was right. Yeah, she was. Oh, my God. Poor taste from her? It doesn't matter. I mean, listen, it's just a phrase.
observe any vehicles having to take evasive action. What I observed specifically was kind of coming out of the parking lot on Theater Road. He does cut across 3 lanes to go to the far lane, but I didn't see any vehicles having to take evasive action, slam the brakes on. In terms of speeding, I'm not sure if he was speeding or not, but it did look consistent with the flow of traffic with the exception of passing other vehicles. I'm gonna admonish him. I think that's fair, Your Honor.
Come on. Who is it again?
Brendan.
Mr. Deshawn, do you watch the news?
Yes, sir.
Do you really? Do you really watch the news? Every single day in our county, someone dies because of a boneheaded move that's made in a car. Every single day. Not just one, multiple lives are taken on our streets just because people drive in such a manner that they end up killing someone. Yours is not the worst, and I'm going to find no probable cause. But be safe. You know, we're not asking for much. Don't drive unless you have a license. Don't drive unless you have car insurance. I tell you, I get so many emails every week because people, how can you help me? Because I have someone that's suing me for $50,000 because I got into an accident and crashed and I broke their car. They literally ask me to represent them and help them because they don't know where to go to, where to turn because someone filed a lawsuit against them. If someone does that and you get a judgment against you, you're hosed. Get car insurance, and when you drive, do it in a manner that you're not going to injure or kill someone. We're not asking for much, all right?
We had a conversation about that already, Judge.
Be safe. It's not much. You know, if you got to get somewhere in a hurry, leave early. All right? All right, I'm going to find no probable cause in your case, all right? Take care, man. Be safe. If I see you back, it's not going to go well. All right, please. Thanks, Alan.
Mr. Deshawn was initially accused of driving more than 35 miles per hour over the posted speed limit while making unsafe lane changes, causing other drivers to take evasive action to avoid a collision. However, when Judge Fleischer pressed the prosecutor on what the footage actually showed, the prosecutor acknowledged that Mr. Deshawn cut across 3 lanes, but stated that he did not observe any other vehicles taking evasive action or slamming their brakes. As for the speeding allegation, the prosecutor conceded that Mr. Deshawn's speed appeared consistent with the flow of traffic, with the exception of passing other vehicles. Under Section 545.401 of the Texas Transportation Code, reckless driving requires a showing that the defendant drove in willful and wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. That standard demands more than aggressive or careless driving. It requires conduct rising to the level of a conscious indifference to the risk of harm, with the prosecutor's own account of the footage failing to support the 2 core factual allegations in the charging instrument. Judge Fleischer found that the evidence did not support the charge, finding no probable cause, and the case was dismissed. The next hearing took place on December 4th, 2024, involving defendant Genesis McCollum, who had been charged with making a terroristic threat to a family or household member on November 15th, 2024. At the time that the charge was filed, Mr. McCollum was already out on bond in 2 other cases: a failure to identify charge filed in September of 2024, and an unlawful carrying of a weapon in a prohibited place charge filed in May of 2024. The case came before Judge Fleischer on the issue of probable cause for the terroristic threat charge.
Judge, I'd like to challenge PC on this new charge.
Okay. Have you heard it yet?
I mean, I've read it.
Okay. That's why I wanted to know whether you've read it or not. Okay. All right, Mr. McCollum, good morning, sir. Number 1, don't email me. That's not a good thing, man. Really, you know, because I'm supposed to be neutral, detached. So I don't know what happens until if it goes to trial. So just, it's okay. But just from now on, all right? So you now stand charged. You picked up a terroristic threat of a family or a household member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you. I don't know what happened in this case. I'm just now seeing it for a first time. All I know is that you're on bond for this case, for another case, and now you picked up a new one. So let's go forward and.
Officers were dispatched to a residence in Harris County, Texas. Complaining witness showed officers text messages ranging from May 2024 to November 2024, where the defendant sent her photos of guns and threatened to shoot the complaining witness and their child. Defendant also stated he would shoot up her house and hoped that he would hit her and the child.
When is the statement that he was going to shoot up the house? Was that from May and that he's just investigating this? Because that's not a terroristic threat. But if it was an active thing where he was...
Well, it looks like the offense, so per the offense report, the actual offense took place on November 8th.
Okay.
But I believe that she showed them old text messages.
Okay, so when was that statement that I'm going to shoot up the house and yada, yada, yada? Sure, take your time.
And Judge, while they're looking, it's not alleged when the statement was. Not only that, it's not reported until 3 days later. In the reviewing the text messages that have been submitted, there's not a single text message that has that specific threat.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's the state's burden to show, I don't know. But terroristic threat has to be an immediate fear of harm.
So I don't see an actual date in the offense report. I personally have not reviewed the text messages in this case, Judge. I don't see a date of the actual threat.
That's not a good thing. I mean, who knows when that statement was made? Could have been made 2 years ago. Could have been made yesterday. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I mean, if you don't have anything else, then that's it. Okay, I'm gonna find no probable cause. Mr. McCollum, we're not asking much, man. We want our streets to be safe. I'm gonna do everything in my power to protect the streets, right? If I find that you're a problem, if they call back and it continues to happen, it's not gonna go well. Life is way too short to live in a 6x9 box. There are a lot of great people in life. There's a lot of bad people in life. And if you have a relationship with a so-called person that brings out the worst in you, then don't have a relationship with this person. There's a gajillion and one fish in the sea. It's not worth it to have someone rap you so bad that you make and say things that make you go to jail. It's not worth it. Do you understand? Now, don't have contact with this person because it's just not going to end well. All right. So I'm going to continue bond. I'm not going to revoke your bond on this case now because I'm finding no probable cause, but just behave. It's not hard. Be nice. All right. Okay.
Judge.
For sure.
The state claimed that Mr. McCollum sent the complainant text messages containing photos of guns and threats to shoot her and her child, as well as a threat to shoot up her house. Under Section 22.07 of the Texas Penal Code, a terroristic threat requires that the defendant threaten to commit an offense involving violence with the intent to place a person in fear of imminent serious bodily injury. When Judge Fleischer pressed the prosecutor on the timing of the threat to shoot up the complainant's house, the prosecutor could not identify a date for that statement in the offense report. Defense counsel further noted that none of the submitted text messages actually contained that specific threat, and the prosecutor acknowledged they had not personally reviewed them. Now, the absence of a date created two distinct problems. First, without knowing when the threat was made, there was no way to establish that the complainant was placed in fear of imminent harm, as the statute requires. Second, Judge Fleischer noted that the threat could have been made 2 years prior, which would place it outside the 2-year statute of limitations for misdemeanor offenses under Section 12.02 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. With the state unable to establish when the threat was made or produce the text messages containing it, Judge Fleischer found no probable cause, and the case was dismissed. On December 17, 2024, just 3 days after Judge Fleischer's no probable cause finding on the terroristic threat charge against Mr. McCollum, Harris County Pretrial Services filed a bond condition violation report in his failure to identify case. Pretrial Services reported that Mr. McCollum's GPS monitoring device had been offline since December 14, 2024, rendering them unable to track his location. The court ordered Mr. McCollum to appear in front of Judge Fleischer on December 18, 2024 to address the violation.
I'm not happy with you. You have a monitor on your ankle. It's been dead. Is it still dead now?
Keep my charger with me. I keep it with me wherever I go. But my ankle monitor is messed up. They said it's not functioning, so sometimes.
Felicia, tell me what's going on with Mr. McCollum now?
I believe on the 2nd, we lost service until the 5th, and then it came back on, and then on the 8th, his last court date,
Tim Walz pushing back on Minnesota fraud accusations following a viral daycare video. So this is Tim Walz trying desperately to save face, trying so hard to save face, but it doesn't matter. Everybody knows exactly what happened. So I'm happy about this.
People, maybe the country itself's not doing well for now. You check the guy that posted on Iran from YouTube? Maybe, I don't know. Massive, over 20 locations, 22 search warrants were indicated. Oh, is this no? That this is something else too, and yeah, it's.
Them. Financial disclosures had said the estate of Omar and her husband, Tim Minette, jumped from being in debt to somewhere between $6 million and $30 million in 2020.
Look at all these. How are they all scamming?
They amended their financial disclosure and released it to show the estate is really somewhere between $18,000 and $95,000. They blame the discrepancy as much as $29 million.
arrest event. You got to go after a lot of them. Somaliland will jail her. It's all good Somalis in the name of the country and say the same thing. I know. Yeah, so basically Somalia is the bad Somalia and Somaliland is the good Somalia. This is what I'm hearing. And so they made a new version of Somalia, which is like the... I'm serious. It's the way it is. And so, yeah, and like, because apparently, like, her dad was a general in the last, you know, like the last reason why Somalia was bad or some other area in Africa was bad. So that's why she has a different last name and everything. And, you know, they said she married a brother, etc. It's because they all changed their names so they could avoid the association with their father that was like a general that had to leave the government, right? This is World War XI. I think that's what she was talking about. And, yeah, W Somaliland patch. I know. And it's really funny. Incest is fucking demonic. Who knows? But, yeah, I'm really happy to see this.
Who we're talking about. Abdimajad Mohammed Nur. He's going to spend the next 10 years, though, in federal lockup after investigators say he took part in a $48 million COVID-19 pandemic scam. So this was part of a meal fraud scam, Trace. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars that were meant to feed hungry American kids on a lot of different things. They took stacks and stacks of cash like you're looking at here.
Big money.
They were blown on luxury cars. Let's buy an Audi. Let's buy a waterfront property out in Minnesota. And if you have time,
really nice
let's go to a private villa out in the Maldives. That would be nice.
Man.
And that's what they did, according to prosecutors.
They were living like ballers.
Of the fraudsters popping bottles of champagne out on that
That's
luxury
crazy.
getaway. Police say the men were happy to be cashing in. They were texting each other, you're going to be the richest 25-year-old, God willing. What is
Yeah, well, apparently not. I don't think 10 years is enough.
being called the largest fraud scam in history?
Look
it
how
happened on
bald he is.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's watch.
Look,
today, the Democrat who ran for vice
Jesus.
president launched a fraud prevention program. Critics say that's a little too late. The White House has slammed him for failing not just his state of Minnesota, but the country. He pushed back.
That hell, I know it's not
You can't
good.
have one without the other.
Uh-huh.
Any amount of fraud is too much. That's why over the last several years, we've made many systematic changes to state government to both detect fraud and hold those accountable after it happened. Year after year, we brought new ideas to the legislature to stay ahead of the evolving tactics, and they are evolving.
Imagine being one of the defenders of the fraud for the last year.
So it doesn't stop there, though.
Well,
Prosecutors.
And that's what I think is funny is that, like, these are search warrants that were, you know, issued by like a judge or something. So, like, do you remember in like December or whenever the fuck this happened? Apparently people said it was December. Is that everybody was saying like, oh no, you don't understand. Like all Nick Shirley wanted to do is record a bunch of little kids because he's a weirdo. Oh no, it's because it was Christmas, even though these people aren't even fucking, they're not American. They don't celebrate Christmas to begin with. But like, you know, and all those excuses that they had for that, all those excuses. Well, it turns out that it was all bullshit. Turns out it was all bullshit. Can you believe that? Do you think he's going to forget about how he called everyone racist, tried to shut down the conversation? No, and honestly, I think that too many people will forget. You know, as I said, you know, like I've said many, many times, the way that I look at these things. But I'm extremely happy to see this investigation happening. And now we're going to have more of this fraud get investigated. We're going to have more of these people get arrested. And honestly, like, I think not a moment too soon. Really, it should have been happening a lot longer than this. Crazy how they lie in God's name and almost like it means nothing. Yeah, of course, because it's just scammers, bro. Like, what do you expect? Tim Walz called me a delusional far-right conspiracy theorist and said that exposing the fraud in his state was white supremacy. It was the classic false smear tactic that's worked for so long, but it didn't work this time. Tim was exposed and dropped out. Tim lured. He sure did. Oh, man. Yeah, guys, the S stands for fraud. That's right. Good video about Assassination Society. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad people liked it. I am. And yeah, they tried to totally reframe this guy in the most disgusting way, didn't they? Oh, my God. And, yeah, 25% off. It's really, really funny for me to see this. It is officially Luring Day.
It is officially National Leering Day. The Leering Center has officially been raided and play the clip.
Large-scale raids targeting federal fraud.
currently underway.
I mean, you got to admit, bro, that's a bit of aura that, like, you go and do this whole investigation, and then, like, you know, a few months later, the actual FBI and the fucking government has a search warrant, and they're like, yeah, actually, you got him.
Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center.
Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across.
Imagine being the governor of one of the better states in the country, and you just absolutely get mogged by a 22-year-old Mormon YouTuber. And it gets so bad that you have to drop out of the election.
Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video, he visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled. Looks like we got a statement from DHS sharing, quote, Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayers' dollars.
So there you have it. Over 20 businesses were raided by the FBI and HSI today because of fraud that took place. They had 22 search warrants for primarily Somali-ran businesses because it just so happens to be that a lot of the businesses in Minnesota that were fraudulent were ran by Somalians. And now we're going to talk about these locations that were raided, but I do think it is super important that we talk about somebody who's trying to claim credit for the fraud being exposed, and that is Tim Waltz. Tim Waltz actually said at the height of this fraud that no evidence of fraud was taking place in Minnesota.
There's no evidence. Well, apparently they found evidence. Man.
However, today, Tim Waltz is saying something completely different, trying to take credit for the fraud being exposed.
He sure does.
And this is what Tim Waltz had to say on X today. He said, if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you're going to get caught. And that's exactly what we saw today. We catch criminals when state and federal agencies share information, joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. He then said, today's raids by state and federal law enforcement happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it.
You're actually just making this up. He's just lying.
That is a complete lie.
Yeah, he's just making it up.
And he says, that's how the system is supposed to work, and our agencies will keep at it as long as there are fraudsters around to put behind bars.
Right.
Well, Tim actually might have to get put behind bars because he enabled all this fraud to take place underneath his leadership in Minnesota. And just to talk about...
I don't see a single reason why we shouldn't try to put him in jail. But I think also, like, here's the thing is that, like, I think we deserve this. I do. I think we deserve it. Because it'll be funny as fuck. We put him in jail, right? I mean, like, can you imagine about, like, the video I get at that? Oh, my God.
Some of the stuff that was irregular inside of Minnesota, such as the 1,000% increases for the budget for autism. Meanwhile, there was not 1,000% increase of children with autism, or the increase of money that they're giving to these daycares.
We're never getting that money back,
actually have no kids inside of the daycares. And with all this going on, I do have some good news. Right now, everything on my website is 25% off. All you have to do is go to the link down below and use code LearingDay, and you can go ahead and get yourself a Learing hoodie or anything else we have available. We have t-shirts, hoodies available, and just use code LearingDay for 25% off. And now let's get back into talking about the fraud. And now let's actually talk about who deserves the most credit for exposing this fraud, and that is David. Without David and his years and years of investigating this fraud and seeking to get that public information about the money that was being spent on these daycares,
that guy locked
none of this would have happened. And me and David proved that teamwork really does make the dream work, as our video
just as an AI photo.
Teamwork, as our video amassed over 4 billion views.
4 billion views? Oh my God. Bro, I didn't know it was... Jesus.
In just 1 week after we exposed the rampant fraud that took place inside of Minnesota. And now let's talk about the raids that took place with locations like the Quality Learning Center and a few of the other locations.
No, I think this is amazing. I'm very happy to see this. We don't need to watch the whole thing. But, like, overall, this is it. Bert mentioned now the fraud being exposed, it would be possible without David. He investigated this on his own for years, and we exposed the fraud together. David is the patriot. David is a patriot in the truest form. He doesn't care about recognition. He just wanted to help his country. A lot can be learned from David's example and hopefully inspire others to make a difference in their own neighborhood. Man, how about that? How about that? David beat Goliath stuff? He sure did. Yep. David and Goliath, the tale as old as time. And it's officially Luring Day in America. I love to see this, man. It is so fucking funny. I'm so happy. These people are actually getting arrested, and it could not be better. Oh, my God. And then...
Department, because Tim Waltz, this is like the arsonist trying to claim credit for the work of the fire department, because Tim Waltz let this fraud happen.
The arsonist trying to claim credit for the work of the fire department. Oh, boy.
Under his watch, whether he was complicit in it directly himself or just turned a blind eye towards it, we really did not get much help at all from the governor's office. Where we did actually get some help was from some state, local law enforcement officers who we assigned to the federal task force because the state government wasn't doing anything. So all credit goes to people on the ground, the federal officers, the state officers who are working to uncover this fraud.
So you even had the state officers roaching out on their own government because they're like, yeah, bro, we know this is bad. Okay, so what do you need us to do? Okay, yeah, they're over there. Go ahead. Yeah, this is what we've got so far. Yeah, see what you can do. Beautifully said. No, I love to see this. It's great, man. It's amazing. Everyone knew. I know that.